everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Anime crossover Saving the World starting as a fake hero, Volume 2 Chapter 41 to 57 returning to the 18th floor of dungeon, the 50th floor, Loki Familia's camp. When Finn's elite squad returned to camp, covered in gunpowder and exhausted, the remaining members erupted in cheers. Everyone break camp and return to the surface immediately. Finn issued the order to return without delay. The strange changes deep within dungeon made him uneasy, and he had to bring this information to Loki and the guild as soon as possible. However, the return journey proved to be more difficult than anyone had imagined. Dungeon began to show extremely malicious targeting. No matter which floor Loki Familia went to, a monster feast would be triggered without warning. Hordes of monsters would surge in from all directions like a tide, and even rare monsters that rarely appeared would show up to block the way. Finn, should I help clear them out? Looking at the dark horde of monsters surging forward again, Luca gripped the wooden sword at her waist. No, Luca, don't intervene yet. Finn made a bold decision. Unless someone is in absolute danger, don't get involved. This is also a valuable opportunity for real-world training. As adventurers, they can't stay behind you forever. Luca understood Finn's intention and retreated to the back of the group, silently observing the entire battlefield. In the time that followed, Loki Familia went through one bloody battle after another. Although Luca was there to protect everyone and no one was in mortal danger, the number of injured in the team continued to rise under such intense and continuous combat. When they finally broke through the encirclement and reached the forest near Rivera, the safest floor on the 18th floor, the entire team was exhausted. Set up camp here and establish a defensive line. Finn gave the order to rest, then sat down on a rock. The camp was filled with the suppressed cries of the wounded. The magic of Riveria, Lafia, and the other mages had long since run out, and the healers were exhausted and covered in sweat. Worst of all, after all the exhaustion along the way, the team's stockpile of healing medicines and elixirs was almost gone, and nearly 2/5 of the wounded still had not received full treatment. Finn called over the werewolf who was wiping his boots nearby. Bert walked over. You're fast, so the damage isn't too bad. Finn handed him a heavy package and a sealed letter. Go to the surface and buy some healing medicine. We might need to rest here for a few days before we can continue our journey. Also personally deliver this letter about the expedition intelligence to Loki. TCH, I know. Although Bert complained, he still took the package and rushed towards the stairs leading to the upper level. After Bert left, the uninjured members split up and went into the forest to collect edible plants and clean water. A few hours later, everyone had just eaten a simple meal and was resting with their eyes closed. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening, terrifying roar came from directly above, making the entire floor tremble. That's the roar of the floor master Goliath. Alicia opened her eyes. Judging by the time, it's indeed time for Goliath's resurrection. Just as everyone was filled with doubt and surprise, Raoul, and the others who were patrolling the edge of the forest hurriedly carried several figures back. Raoul breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Luca. We found a group of adventurers who had been attacked by the floor master near the entrance to the 17th floor. It seems they fell from up there and we rescued them. Immediately afterwards, the patrol members carried the 3 people, who were covered in blood and in a deep coma, to the campfire. There were 2 human men and 1 dwarf woman. Loki Familia's personal healer, Lynn, immediately rushed over and began to provide emergency hemostasis. The injuries are severe, especially the internal injuries and fractures. If we don't use high-level healing medicine immediately, it may leave serious sequelae. Lynn reported anxiously. Upon hearing this, Raoul hesitated. He glanced at the wounded members of his own clan still groaning in pain around him, then at the few remaining bottles of elixirs in his hand, and gritted his teeth, saying, "But we're running out of medicine. If we use it on these strangers, what will happen to our own comrades?" These words silenced everyone around. In a cruel place like dungeon, prioritizing the lives of one's own family members is an undeniable and ironclad rule. Just then, Alicia, who was standing to the side, suddenly pointed at the tall human male with red hair and said in surprise, "Wait. I've seen this person in Hephaestus Familia. He seems to be a member of their clan." Upon hearing Hephaestus Familia, everyone was taken aback. Luca, who had been standing to the side, looked past the red-haired youth, and onto the white-haired boy next to her, who was tightly gripping a black dagger. "Raoul, administer the medication." "Don't hesitate," Luca gave the order directly. "Luca, are wounded. Give them the medicine." Luca patted Raoul on the shoulder. "As for our people, I'll figure something out. Also, send someone to inform Tsubaki, who's resting on the other side, that one of their clan members has been injured." Seeing Luca speak, Raoul no longer hesitated and immediately fed the precious elixir into the mouths of the three of them. Half a day later. With a painful groan, the white-haired boy lying on the blanket slowly opened his eyes. The first thing Belle did upon waking was to sit up abruptly, ignoring the aches and pains all over his body, and anxiously search for his companion. All he remembered was that they encountered the extremely bizarre and ridiculously powerful Black Goliath on the 17th floor. The three lost consciousness due to exhaustion and severe injuries. "Don't get excited, Belle. Your companions are all receiving treatment and are out of danger." A familiar voice rang in Belle's ears. "That's great." Belle breathed a sigh of relief. Belle paused for a moment, then turned his head, and saw the purple-haired boy sitting to the side, gently shaving wood shavings in his hand. Belle stared in shock. "What are you doing here? What a coincidence." Luca put down the wooden carving in her hand and looked at Belle, who was looking completely astonished. "I've noticed that every time I meet you in dungeon, you're either being chased by a bunch of monsters or lying unconscious on the ground covered in blood, like you are now. Your adventures are certainly full of thrills." Belle scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Then, as if remembering something, he immediately bowed his head solemnly to Luca. "Thank you. You saved us again. If it weren't for you, we might be dead." "Stop, stop, stop." Luca interrupted his thanks with a smile. "I didn't save you this time. Our patrol team found you at the entrance to the 17th floor passage and brought you back. If you want to thank someone, go thank the patrol team." Belle scratched his head. "Luca, why are you on the 18th floor? We've just finished our expedition and are on our way back to the surface. We ran into some trouble, and quite a few people were injured, so we're resting here for a few days," Luca explained briefly. Just as the two were talking, the tent flap was lifted. Welf, with a bandage wrapped around his head, walked in. He had intended to check on Belle's injury, but when he looked up and saw Luca sitting inside, he paused slightly. After regaining his senses, Welf immediately stepped forward and bowed deeply to Luca. "Thank you for your help. If it weren't for the elixir provided by Loki Familia, we would probably be in danger." "You're welcome. As fellow adventurers in Ora Rio, it's only right that we help each other." Luca smiled and nodded. Welf straightened up, glanced at Belle, who was now able to sit up, and grabbed his arm. "Since you're almost fully recovered, come with me. Let's go see the leader of Loki Familia." Meet the leader of Loki Familia." Belle shrank back nervously. "Nonsense." Welf patted him hard on the back. "You're the captain of the Hestia Familia now. As the captain, having received such a great blessing from Loki Familia, you should at least formally thank her captain in person, right?" You're right." Belle quickly threw off the blanket and stood up. Along the way, Belle looked around the huge camp with curiosity. He saw the members of Loki Familia transporting supplies in an orderly manner, and every now and then he could see several blacksmiths wearing Hephaestus Familia uniforms passing by. For him, the leader of a small clan with only 2 members, the expedition camp of such a large clan was full of novelty and awe. Soon, led by Luca, the 3 arrived at the central tent in the camp. "I'm coming in." Luca took the lead and lifted the curtain. Inside the tent, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, three core executives, were gathered around a map discussing something. Upon seeing the person enter, all three stopped talking, and their gazes fell on the white-haired boy. Captain Finn. Bell took a deep breath, bowed deeply with utmost sincerity, and said loudly, "I am Bell Crannel of the Hestia Familia. Thank you so much, Loki Familia, for saving my life. If there is anything we can do to help you in the future, we will do our best." Finn, Riveria, and Gareth did not look down on the young man because he was just the leader of a small clan. Instead, they looked at him with curiosity and admiration. Although Bell's death match on the 9th floor was completely overshadowed by the earth-shattering clash between Luca and Otter. But as seasoned first-level adventurers, Finn and his companions knew very well that a boy who had only recently become an adventurer, and was only LV-1 was able to defeat a specially trained enhanced species, Minotaur, through sheer willpower. This kind of deathmatch that transcends class boundaries, this resolve that even monsters tremble with, is enough to earn their respect. "You're welcome, Bell." Finn smiled and stepped forward, extending his right hand. "It's fate that we met in dungeon. We all saw your battle. You did a fantastic job. You are a true adventurer." Bell looked at the outstretched hand of Loki Familia, the captain known as the hero, and shook it with a look of surprise and delight, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 42 The Romance of Men, the 18th floor, Loki Familia's camp. The firelight danced in the night sky, casting long shadows of the surrounding tents. To celebrate the end of one phase of their expedition, the members of Loki Familia hosted a small, impromptu feast using ingredients gathered from the forest. Although there were no sumptuous delicacies or exquisite tableware and wine vessels, the wild game skewered on rough branches and roasted, the mushroom soup cooked in an iron pot, and the few barrels of ale bought from Riviera town were enough to satisfy these adventurers who had been venturing into the depths for many days. Around the campfire, everyone was eating roasted meat and drinking fruit wine, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose from the forest surrounding the camp. "Bell!" With that piercing shout, a black-haired god with twin ponytails and an extremely eye-catching figure pounced on the still-dazed Bell. Bell stared in shock at the familiar, tearful face in his arms. "How did you come to dungeon?" "Dungeon is forbidden to gods." "Because Bell hasn't come back. I was so worried." Hestia looked up, her delicate face streaked with tears. "You have no idea how scared I was." Following Hestia was Hermes, a male deity wearing a feathered hat and sporting a frivolous smile, along with several adventurers who served as his guards. Among these adventurers, Luca knew two of them. One of them was Asphi, the leader of Hermes Familia, whom she had met on the 24th floor. At this moment, she was following behind her main god with a helpless expression, and her brows furrowed. She was obviously exhausted from the anxiety she had endured along the way. The other was an elven girl named Lou Leon, whose face was completely covered. She was dressed in casual clothes that allowed her to move around easily, and a wooden sword hung at her waist. Upon seeing Ryu, Luca smiled and walked up to her, greeting her, "Miss Leon, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? I remember you rarely leave the tavern." These days, since Alice has been staying at the Hostess of Fertility every day, indulging in food and drink, Luca, as her guardian, has to go to the tavern to pay the bill every few days, and Luca also goes to the tavern to visit Anya from time to time. Over time, he became familiar with the tavern's staff, especially the taciturn but highly capable elf waiter. Ryu admires Alice's unpretentious and straightforward personality, and at the same time, she also has a great fondness for Luca, the upright and extremely powerful former Astria Familia elf. Ryu nodded slightly in greeting. "I came here on some personal business, and happened to run into this rescue team, on my way to the upper level. They said they were going to the 18th level to rescue the missing members of the Hestia Familia. So they hired him temporarily to help out." Luca nodded, then asked, "How has Alice been these past few days? Has she caused you any trouble?" A smile appeared in Ryuna's calm, emerald green eyes. "Her appetite is as good as ever. Everyone at the tavern likes her, especially Anya. Mia's mother also likes her very much. That's good. Luca was relieved. Then, his gaze fell on the two gods not far away. Luca looked at Ryu with some confusion. Why would two gods come to dungeon? I remember that the guild rules state that gods are forbidden from entering dungeon. It's to rescue Bel Cranel, Ryu explained softly. The goddess Hestia learned that her kin had gone missing in dungeon, and that they had been attacked by the floor lord Goliath, so she asked the goddess Hermes to organize this rescue team. As for the details, I don't know. At that moment, Asfi also came over. She adjusted her glasses and greeted Luca, her face showing exhaustion. Mr. Luca, it's nice to see you again. We survived last time on the 24th floor thanks to your help, and I haven't had a chance to formally thank you until now. I'm glad you're all right, Luca replied. Alice praised Commander Asfi for his excellent command. She said you are a trustworthy commander who remained calm, and made the right judgments in such a chaotic situation. Please stop making fun of me. Asfi sighed and rubbed his temples. She lowered her voice, her tone tinged with resentment, that unreliable main god actually dared to sneak into a place like dungeon. If something had happened, if the guild had found out, I don't know what we would have done. My heart has been pounding the whole way here. As she spoke, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're here, I feel much more at ease. At least I don't have to worry about encountering any unforeseen situations on the way back. You've had a hard time, Luca said, offering her words of comfort with deep sympathy. Just as the two finished their chat, Hermes approached them from somewhere. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he struck up a conversation with Luca. I've heard so much about you, the supernova of Loki Familia. Seeing you in person today is even more of a surprise than the rumors have told me. Thank you for your compliment, Hermes God, Luca replied politely. By the way, the Divine Assembly just ended, Hermes said with a smile. Your title has been decided, Radiant Star. Radiant Star. Luca was slightly taken aback, not expecting Loki to fight for this title for him at the Divine Assembly. Hermes smiled, said nothing more, and turned to lead Asfi to negotiate with Finn and the others. After the dinner, Luca was about to go back to his tent to rest when Tiona grabbed him. Beside her were Tioni and Lafia, all three wearing mysterious expressions as they walked towards Welf's tent. What are you doing in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Luca asked, somewhat exasperated. Of course, we're here to gather information. Tiona exclaimed excitedly. That monster we encountered on the 59th floor was definitely a celestial spirit, right? And that red-haired Welf is a blacksmithing noble with celestial spirit blood. We want to ask him if he knows anything about celestial spirits. Upon entering the tent, Welf, facing the curious gazes of several girls, scratched his head with a wry smile. He sighed, I'm really not very familiar with the history and legends of immortals. Although my family has immortal blood, I've never been very interested in those ancient stories since I was a child. He thought for a moment and said, if you want to hear stories. He knows more than I do, and has a whole bunch of heroic tales to tell. When his name was mentioned, Belle blushed shyly. When I was little, my grandfather often told me stories of heroes. He had a very old book that contained many legends that had long been lost. I love heroic tales too. Tiona found a kindred spirit and immediately sat up straight. She posed several extremely obscure questions, such as the name of a weapon belonging to a long-forgotten hero, and the name of an insignificant supporting character in a certain battle. To her surprise, Belle answered them all fluently and even added many details that Tiona was unaware of. That's amazing. Belle, you're a true master of heroic tales. Tiona exclaimed sincerely. Then she changed the subject and asked the question she was most concerned about, so. Do you know the story of the great fairy Arya? The one who descended to the side of the great hero Albert in legend. Belle thought carefully for a moment and then said the fairy Arya. In legends, the two of them went through many magnificent adventures together. Does Arya have any children? Tiona pressed. Well. Bell scratched his head awkwardly. The book doesn't explicitly say that fairies have offspring. However, the story mentions that the great hero Albert seems to have had a child. In the final battle against the Black Dragon, that child was caught up in the fight. The great fairy Arya was devoured by the Black Dragon, the great hero Albert died in battle, and that child disappeared without a trace. A brief silence fell inside the tent. The next morning. Go take a shower. Tiona's energetic voice echoed through the camp. She extended a warm invitation to the female adventurers in the camp. I found an amazing waterfall deep in the forest. The water is incredibly clear. And the flow is huge. Sunlight is streaming down from the cracks above, it's practically a natural open-air bath. After so many days of fighting and grueling battles in dungeon, the girls were already fed up with the sweat and blood on their bodies. Upon hearing the word shower, the female members instantly perked up. The proposal was immediately endorsed by Loki Familia women such as Riveria, Tioni, Lafia, Alicia, and Ace Wallenstein. Furthermore, Tiona also warmly invited female members of the rescue team, including Hestia, Ryu, Tsubaki, Asfai, and Yamato. Asfai hesitated at first, but I still have to be the guardian of Hermes. If I leave, what if he runs off somewhere? Oh, go ahead, Asfai. Hermes waved his hand magnanimously. With Luca in this camp, I don't need to worry about my safety at all. Just go and take a shower. Relax and enjoy yourself, you've worked hard these past few days. Seeing that the main god had said so, Asfai could no longer refuse, and was pulled along by Tiona. Only Ryu, who was wearing a mask, declined the invitation, citing personal matters to attend to. So a group of girls marched into the depths of the forest, their laughter echoing through the woods. To ensure safety, several female members volunteered to set up a cordon around the waterfall to confirm that there were no lurking monsters or uninvited guests in the vicinity. In the clear pool below the waterfall, the water shimmered with a vibrant green luster under the refraction of light. Girls chattered and frolicked in the water, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The fatigue of the past few days seemed to be washed away by the flowing water at this moment. But the moment Hestia took off her clothes and stepped into the water, the entire pool fell into a deathly silence. The pupils of dozens of eyes dilate at the same time, focusing on the same point. The godlike size of the deity's chest swayed divinely in the water. Tiona looked down at her flat chest, then looked up at Hestia's magnificent bosom. She opened her mouth but said nothing. She suddenly regretted suggesting the bath. Meanwhile, at the camp, Hermes sneaked into Luca's tent. His expression was extremely serious, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. He lowered his voice, his gaze serious. Come with me. I have something very important to discuss with you, and it cannot be delayed. Seeing the other person's solemn expression, Luca nodded and followed him out of the camp. The two walked into the depths of the forest. Hermes walked quickly, knowing the terrain very well. He twisted and turned through the bushes and jumped over streams, finally stopping in front of an extremely tall ancient tree. That ancient tree is at least 100 years old. Its trunk is so thick that it takes several people to hug it, and its canopy is so dense that it blocks out the sun. Hermes circled the tree trunk, looked up at the canopy, and then pointed to the trunk, saying to Luca, "Go up." Climbing a tree. Luca looked puzzled, glancing at the straight, ancient tree, then at Hermes' serious expression. Is your important matter in the tree? Hermes' lips suddenly parted into a wide grin, his serious expression instantly crumbling into a hearty smile. Even now, you still don't know why we're here. He patted Luca on the shoulder, his voice carefree. Of course, it's to pursue a man's romance. He pointed directly in front of the ancient tree, and through the gaps in the layers of the canopy, he could vaguely see a white mist rising up. That was the location of the waterfall. The view from the top of this tree is absolutely perfect. Below is the pool at the bottom of the waterfall, clearly visible from above. Come on, Luca. Let's witness this breathtaking scenery together. Upon hearing these remarks, Luca's smile instantly froze. He amplified his senses slightly and, sure enough, a few hundred meters ahead, he heard the sound of water, the faint sounds of girls playing, and a clear warning line. Luca's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He finally understood what this unorthodox god was up to. Just as Hermes grabbed the tree trunk and prepared to climb up, Luca kicked him in the butt without hesitation. Hermes cried out as he was kicked, flying through the air, arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, his mouth full of mud. He rubbed his sore backside, looking at Luca with extreme disappointment and heartbreak, his eyes filled with grief and indignation. Luca, you actually betrayed me. I think I understand how Asfi feels now, Luca sighed. However, the commotion from that kick was so great that Hermes' scream echoed through the forest, directly alerting the female members who were on guard around the waterfall. Who goes there? With a shout, Riveria, Ace Wallenstein, Tione, and the others, who were already dressed, rushed over. When they saw Luca standing under the tree, and Hermes lying on the ground pointing towards the waterfall with a look of grief and indignation, everyone's expression changed at the same instant. Luca. A complex emotion flashed in Tiona's amber eyes. She looked at Luca and said, if you really want to see it, why don't you just tell me privately? Alicia suddenly looked at Tiona. I never expected you would do something like this. Riveria's eyes revealed an extremely dangerous chill, a chill that could freeze one's blood. Lafia's eyes were filled with disappointment. Even Ace Wallenstein, who was usually extremely dependent on Luca, surprisingly didn't follow Luca around like a tag-along. Instead, he silently took 2 steps back and created some distance. Her golden eyes were lowered, making her expression unreadable. The atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing point. Luca felt a chill run down his spine, a feeling he had never experienced even when facing Ilias. For the first time in her life, Luca experienced what it meant to be speechless with anger. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but found Hermes lying on the ground in a disheveled position, while he himself was standing under the ancient tree, in the perfect spot to climb up. All the evidence pointed to him. Wait a minute. At this critical moment, a voice broke the deathly silence. Asfi stepped forward. She quickly scanned every detail of the scene before fixing her gaze on Hermes' smug face. She knows her god all too well. Everyone, please calm down. Asfi's voice was clear. She pointed to Hermes lying on the ground. This was definitely Hermes' idea, all by himself. Luca must have been tricked into coming here by him under the pretense of some important matter. She walked over to Hermes and pointed to the footprints Luca had left. Look at the footprints on the main god's body. Those were kicked by Mr. Luca when he tried to stop him. Luca really wanted to get involved, he wouldn't have needed to kick him, he could have just climbed up. With Asfi's strong assurances and detailed explanations, and after she pointed out Hermes' past misdeeds, the women finally put away their weapons and stopped their plan to humanely annihilate Luca. As for the culprit Hermes, he was hanging upside down from the branches of the ancient tree. Hestia and Asfi, each holding a thorny vine, gritted their teeth as they carried out their righteous punishment on him. With each lash, Hermes' piercing screams echoed through the forest. You betrayed me. Amidst that piercing scream, Luca leaned against a nearby tree trunk and let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 43 Divine Might. In the forest on the 18th level, the atmosphere remained somewhat delicate due to the previous failed attempt to peep at the waterfall. Although Luca was cleared of suspicion thanks to Asfi's strong guarantee, the girls of Loki Familia knew very well one thing: Luca's perception ability was extremely terrifying. During the expedition, Finn used him as a humanoid monster alarm, and no sound could escape his detection. Could someone with such abnormally keen senses really have noticed nothing at all? They had no idea. It's over, it's all over. Riveria and several female elves muttered to themselves, their faces flushed, covering their faces with their hands. Now we really won't be able to get married. I really didn't peep, Luca explained, sounding a bit exasperated. He felt that his innocence, accumulated over more than a decade, was being eroded bit by bit. My senses only confirmed the outline of a pile of clothes by the waterfall. I didn't sense that you were taking a bath. I only knew there were people there, but I didn't know exactly what you were doing. Although Luca was telling the truth, he hadn't deliberately sought out things he shouldn't have seen. The girls still looked at him with a hint of resentment and suspicion. Those gazes made him extremely uncomfortable. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Luca sighed and decided to leave this troublesome place for the time being. He turned and walked out of the camp, wandering alone in the forest. As he walked, he came to a very secluded corner deep in the forest. This place is like a secret realm forgotten outside of time, surrounded by dense bushes and tall ancient trees, with only a barely visible path leading to it. On an open space illuminated by various glowing crystals, unidentified white flowers bloom, swaying gently in the soft blue light. In the center of the open space stood several simple tombstones. In front of the cemetery, the masked elven girl, Lu Leon, stood there, her eyes closed in silent mourning. At her feet lay several bunches of white wildflowers, glistening with dew. Luca paused slightly. He had read the information and Finn had mentioned related matters. Based on Ryu's experience, he knew very well who was buried in this cemetery, a member of the once famous Astria Familia, a righteous clan in Ororio. 5 years ago, they were caught in a trap set by the evils in Dungeon, and were all wiped out. Except for Ryu, who survived, everyone else perished in the darkness of Dungeon. Those young lives, those girls who stepped into Ororio with ideals of justice, are forever left here. Luca didn't make a sound to disturb them. He silently walked to the side, and gently placed a few white flowers in front of the tombstone. Lu, noticing the movement, opened her eyes, her gaze reflecting the flower Luca had placed down. When they were alive, they loved this place on the 18th floor very much. Ryu's voice was a little hoarse. Every time they went on an expedition to this place, they would come here to wash away their fatigue, and then lie on the grass and look at the crystal light above their heads. Alexei always said that the crystal light here was more beautiful than the starry sky in her hometown. But since then, they have never seen the flowers bloom here again. As she spoke, Lu's emotions gradually spiraled out of control, and an uncontrollable pain appeared on her usually aloof face. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she muttered a curse. Gojo, Alicia, Layla, they're all idiots. Why did they risk their lives to protect me? Why did they tell me such cruel things as live on? Hot tears slid down her pale cheeks, dripping onto the cold earth, and leaving glistening marks on the white wildflower petals. For the past 5 years, I've lived like a walking corpse. I don't know how many times I've dirtied my hands, how many evils I've killed. Ryu covered her face, her voice filled with deep self-loathing. I'm covered in blood. I have no face to see the goddess Astria anymore, no face to face the justice she represents. Looking at the elf who was suffocating under the weight of her heavy past, Luca remained silent for a moment before speaking. Miss Leon. Goddess Astria, I've actually been watching you for the past 5 years. Lu suddenly raised her head, her reddened eyes looking at him. Loki occasionally communicates with the goddess Astria. Luca revealed a secret known to very few. The goddess knows everything you've done for revenge, and she knows your inner pain and remorse. But she has never felt that you have betrayed justice. In her eyes, you are still her proud child. Luca paused, her gaze falling on the tombstones. The goddess Astria always hoped that one day, you could resolve your inner conflict and go see her in person. She has never blamed you, never. Lu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that her throat felt like it was blocked by something, and she couldn't make a sound. In this tranquil moment boom. An extremely terrifying pressure, capable of freezing one's soul, suddenly erupted from the direction of Rivera on the outskirts of the forest. This is... Luca whirled around, her gaze fixed on the direction from which the oppressive aura emanated. Hestia's presence. Did she unleash Kemui in Dungeon? Lu was suppressed to the spot by this divine power, his body stiff as a statue, unable to move even a finger, and unable to even speak. I'll go take a look first. As soon as Luca finished speaking, she disappeared from the spot. When he appeared on a hillside near Rivera, he saw what was happening below. Bel Cranel and his companions are surrounded by a group of ill-intentioned adventurers. In order to protect Bel, Hestia disregarded the guild's ban and unleashed her divine power in dungeon, instantly scaring the group of adventurers into fleeing the scene in a panic. What a chaotic god, Luca shook his head helplessly. However, the next second, something unexpected happened. After experiencing the divine power of the god's liberation, Dungeon was completely enraged. As Hestia's divine power spread throughout Dungeon, the entire 18th layer of the earth emitted a deep rumble. Snap! The crystal dome of the 18th level of the sky, which had originally emitted a soft glow, began to crack with a teeth-grinding sound. The sound, like countless mirrors cracking simultaneously, echoed throughout the entire floor. The brilliance dimmed in an instant, and large swathes of the crystal light that had once illuminated this space went out. Immediately afterwards, an extremely huge, sky-covering black shadow crashed through the ceiling and fell from the sky. The entire 18th floor trembled violently, Rivera's house shook, tiles slid off, and cracks in the ground spread outwards like a spider web. Smoke and dust swept outwards like a tsunami, blotting out the sky and shrouding the entire 18th floor in a gray gloom. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, a colossal creature that almost filled the entire floor came into view. It was a monster similar in form to Goliath, yet completely different. Its body was covered with ominous black patterns that flowed across its skin like living things, emanating a nauseatingly evil aura. It stood there like a moving mountain formed from darkness and resentment. Black Goliath let out a roar that shook the entire floor, the terrifying sound waves mixed with black energy sweeping out and making everything around it buzz. The air on the 18th floor instantly became stagnant and heavy, requiring all one's strength to breathe. The once bright, glowing moss and plants withered and went out the moment they came into contact with this layer of black mist, dragging the entire floor into absolute darkness and despair. Faced with this super-powerful floor master exuding an aura of destruction, the adventurers who were originally active in Rivera were all suppressed in place by the terrifying pressure that exceeded their comprehension, and they even lost the courage to pick up their weapons to face it. In the distant camp. Damn it! Has Dungeon gone berserk? Finn gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his hands gripping the spear tightly. Under this terrifying pressure far exceeding LV. 7, even Loki Familia, the battle-hardened captain, could only barely move his body, and it took all his strength to even stand up. He was preparing to muster his strength to boost morale, and prepare for this inevitable and brutal battle. However, before Finn could even speak buzz above Black Goliath's massive head, a single point of pure white light suddenly appeared. The light was not dazzling, but it carried an indescribable sense of presence, like the first lamp lit in endless darkness, faint yet impossible to ignore. The adventurers who were pinned to the ground in terror, the Loki Familia members who were unable to move in the camp, and Ryu in the cemetery all raised their heads at this moment. They saw a red figure. Luca hovered silently above Black Goliath's head, her red cloak billowing behind her, standing out starkly against the swirling black mist. The broken wooden sword in his hand was enveloped in a wisp of pure white light, and within that pure white light were raging flames. Luca gripped the wooden sword and swung it downwards. Whoosh! A blinding white flash that instantly blinded everyone on the entire floor exploded in this enclosed underground space. At that moment, everyone who was looking in that direction, whether it was Finn who was struggling against the pressure, an ordinary adventurer lying on the ground trembling, or Ryu who was looking up at that figure from a distance, all they could see was a complete white. The whole world was swallowed up by that light. When the light faded, everyone barely managed to open their eyes. The enormous Black Goliath, shrouded in black aura and radiating terrifying pressure, vanished. The supersized floor master, which occupied almost the entire height of the floor, disappeared completely into the air as if it had never existed. It didn't even leave a large crater behind, only a layer of faint white light spots drifted slowly in the air like fireflies. The sudden despair and the battle that ended in less than a second left everyone present in a prolonged state of shock. The adventurers lying on the ground, the Loki Familia members standing at the edge of the camp, and the residents hiding in the houses. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their minds blank. They even wondered if they had just had a bizarre nightmare. Luca, who had swung his sword in the sky, fell like a leaf and landed on the top of an ancient tree. Slap, slap, slap. Accompanied by a series of extremely crisp clapping sounds, a figure with black hair slowly emerged from the shadows below. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The black-haired man looked at Luca standing in the treetop. This is why dungeon forbids gods from entering. As soon as the aura of a god is sensed, this great labyrinth will go berserk and give birth to monsters that will assassinate the gods. He chuckled softly. That riot in dungeon just now must have scared Arenas pretty badly. The balance he painstakingly maintained was almost shattered by Hestia's divine power. Luca turned around, her gaze falling on the black-haired man who had suddenly appeared below. You are Erlen. Luca pointed out the other party's identity directly. 7 years ago, during the great struggle that almost destroyed Ora Rio, you commanded the evils to attack the city's core leader. Upon hearing the name, the black-haired man couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his head. That's just a pseudonym, a code name used for operations. He stopped smiling and bowed slightly. Please allow me to reintroduce myself. He looked at Luca, whose deep eyes reflected the figure holding a broken wooden sword in the treetop. Long time no see, Luca. My name is Erebus, the god who governs the primordial underworld. Hey everyone, what do you think of the new book cover? Chapter 44 Erebus, long time no see. Upon hearing Erebus's opening remarks, Luca raised an eyebrow slightly. He was certain that he had been in this world for less than a month, and in that time, he had never seen the black-haired god before him. Know each other? Luca asked, puzzled. It's normal that you don't remember me. After all, back then you were just a shattered soul, you couldn't really be considered alive. Erebus chuckled, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Long ago, your soul arrived in this world. At that time, your soul merged with an extremely terrifying dark entity. Erebus's voice lowered, becoming solemn. The corrupting power of that dark entity was too troublesome. We tried every method we could think of, but we were helpless against it. Erebus looked at the wooden sword in Luca's hand, whose pure white flames had just been extinguished, and his tone became more appreciative. In order to prevent that dark being from devouring this world, we joined forces to banish you and that dark being to other unknown worlds. He paused for a moment. To be precise, that being itself has the ability to travel between worlds, and you possess some kind of coordinate system that we cannot understand. We merely acted as a catalyst, guiding that force to take you away from the boundaries of this world. And now Erebus's gaze fell on Luca, scrutinizing her from head to toe. His smile widened. You were able to return here unharmed and use that pure white power to deal with Black Goliath with ease. This can only mean one thing. You have successfully dealt with that troublesome dark entity in the unknown world. Upon hearing this explanation, a hint of surprise flashed in Luca's eyes. He did indeed fight the Lord of Madness and completely purify him in the final battle, but he never imagined that this world had such a connection with him. However, there was one more thing that puzzled Luca. From Erebus's words, we can tell that as gods, he and another god clearly had the ability to use Luca's coordinates to find other worlds, which was an irresistible temptation for gods who pursued the unknown. But they didn't. They chose to send the threat away, solely to preserve the safety of the world. This is fundamentally different from the account in the guild records of the evil god Aaron, who, 7 years ago, launched a major rebellion in conjunction with Althea and Zard, resulting in the expulsion of 9 gods back to the heavens and the deaths of more than 30,000 people in the lower realms. Thinking of this, Luca didn't speak, but instead extended her senses toward Erebus. This is an act of directly probing the essence of the soul, which could almost be considered offensive to the gods. However, Erebus offered no resistance to the soul probing, which was considered offensive. Instead, he opened his arms wide with complete openness, allowing Luca's perception to penetrate all his pretenses and reach his very core essence. In Luca's perception, Erebus's soul was in an extremely strange state, a pure white that was tightly wrapped in an extremely deep and dense black shell. Combining the information he had read with the current state of the soul before him, Luca thoughtfully withdrew his senses. No need for probing, Luca. Erebus laid his cards on the table. He turned around and looked down at the adventurers who were slumped on the ground, terrified by the sudden change in Black Goliath. A complex look flashed in his eyes. In my view, justice is not a passive choice, but something that needs to be actively fought for. Only in the deepest despair and pain can a spark truly capable of bearing the fate of the world be born. His voice was calm. That's why I used extreme methods, becoming an evil god, and forcibly nurturing the heroes of the next generation with the blood and death of the great struggle. Only by pushing Rio to the brink can those with potential truly awaken. Erebus made no attempt to conceal his sins, looking directly into Luca's eyes. I know my hands are stained with the blood of the innocent, I know I am unforgivable. But now that you have returned to this world with that pure white power, there is no need for me to do anything more. The real hero has appeared, I no longer need to play the villain. His tone was complex. He pointed to the dungeon beneath his feet, his tone turning serious. Although Aurenas has been suppressing the dungeon's rebellion, this labyrinth was mixed with the remnants of that dark being long ago. That aura seeped into the depths of the earth, intertwining with the will of the dungeon itself, forming mutated monsters and a distorted environment. Moreover, the souls of monsters and even humans who die in dungeon are devoured by dungeon, and cannot enter the normal cycle of reincarnation. This is something that humans in the lower realms simply cannot handle. Even the Empress at level 9 would only be devoured when facing the source of that power. Erebus looked at Luca with a sense of relief in his eyes. Now that you have defeated the dark entity, these remaining contaminants should be no threat to you. Now we just need to wait quietly for Dungeon to unleash its most violent outburst, and then take it out in one go. Luca listened quietly, paused for a moment, and then asked in return, since your goal is to protect this world, why did you choose to become an evil god and lead the evils to their doom at their most glorious moment? Wouldn't it have been better to do something less harmful, such as secretly cooperating with powerful righteous clans like Loki and Freya to jointly eliminate the evils? Upon hearing this question, Erebus shook his head. I have a deep affection for the humans of the lower realm, Luca. In my long divine life, I have witnessed the rise and fall of countless generations of humanity, watching them progress from ignorance to civilization, from weakness to strength. He paused. But I am a god. I am the original god of the underworld. I hold the power over death and reincarnation. Erebus's gaze became extremely profound. From God's perspective, the death of an ordinary human is merely a return to the cycle of reincarnation, the beginning of another journey. When their lives end in this world, their souls will return to the underworld and be reborn in a new era with a new identity. My perspective on life is completely different from yours. His voice gradually rose, but now it's not a question of how many people die. Under the influence of that dark power, once the mutated dungeon fully erupts, it will not only physically destroy the entire world, but it will also completely annihilate the souls of everyone, leaving no room for reincarnation. This is the most terrifying ending. The world is completely plunged into eternal nothingness. Erebus's voice was resolute. The whole world is desperately yearning for a hero to end this desperate situation. With time running out, I naturally have no choice but to use the most extreme and bloodiest methods to force the children of the underworld to grow up quickly. I have no time for gentle improvements, no time to wait for heroes to grow up naturally. I must use the cruelest methods to push those potential seeds to the brink of despair, to make them break through their limits on the edge of life and death. Despite the grandeur of your reasons, Luca looked at him, her deep blue eyes unmoved by his impassioned words. That doesn't stop you from revealing your true identity now, instead of continuing to hide behind the scenes as an evil god and watching those tragedies unfold, does it? Since you've decided to stop playing the villain, why didn't you step forward sooner? Just as the two were talking. Tap, tap, tap. A chilling aura emanated from the other side. A beautiful woman dressed in a black dress, with her eyes closed and long, flowing white hair like a waterfall, slowly walked over. Her figure was elegant yet aloof, and her black dress was impeccably tailored, creating a striking and contrasting effect against her snow-white skin and hair. "He's just a twisted, show-offy fool god." The white-haired woman closed her eyes, her voice as cold as winter ice, yet tinged with helplessness. "So many people have died, he's been feeling incredibly guilty for a long time. He says he doesn't care, but he's in great pain inside. If the world weren't about to be destroyed, he would have been crushed by guilt and committed suicide long ago." "Hey, give me some face, I'm the one who saved your lives," Erebus said with a wry smile. "The god of the underworld who loves life." Luca sheathed his sword. "No wonder I felt there was something twisted about you. You are a god who governs death, yet you love life more than anyone else. Since you chose to save the deliverance world, you used the most cruel method to promote it." Luca's perspective shifted to the white-haired woman, and he recognized her at a glance. Althea, a high-ranking member of Hera's Familia, is described by the gods as a monster of great talent. She reached LV7 at the age of 15, and was recognized as the genius with the strongest potential in Rio at the time. Unfortunately, she suffered from an incurable disease since childhood, and her life was not long. According to Loki Familia's records, she was the core villain of the Great Rebellion 7 years ago, and ultimately jumped into the fire during her showdown with Astrea Familia, and has been confirmed dead. But at this moment, Althea, who was standing in front of Luca, was breathing and had a heartbeat, but in Luca's perception, she did not have the vitality of a normal human being. It was a kind of uncomfortable feeling of forcibly stuffing a dead soul back into a body. Her body was functioning, her magic was flowing, but the life force of the living was missing. "No need to look any more, I am indeed a dead man." Althea sensed Luca's presence and said calmly. Erebus explained with a smile, "Althea's current state is due to a divine contract I signed with her. As the god of the underworld, I used a little of my privilege to allow her to exist in the world in this form of a living dead. She does not belong entirely to the world of the living, nor entirely to the realm of the dead, but exists in a state between the two." He paused. "After all, to fight against the coming of the final day, we need all the power we can. A talent like her shouldn't be wasted because of a tragedy that was already destined." With a heavy thud, another figure emerged from behind Althea. It was a short-haired man wearing heavy black armor, whose face was covered with horrific scars. The wounds were layered upon layered, some looking as if they had been torn open by sharp claws, and others as if they had been burned by some corrosive liquid. He stood there, exuding a fierce aura that had been tempered by countless life-and-death battles. Luca recognized him as well, Zard, a level 7 gluttony from the Zeus Familia. He was one of Zeus Familia's main forces in the battle against Behemoth, one of the 3 major missions. In that battle, in order to turn the tide of the war, he swallowed Behemoth's flesh and blood, thereby gaining power beyond the limit, and ultimately helping Zeus Familia achieve victory. However, Behemoth's body was full of deadly poison. When Zard ate its flesh and blood, he was consumed by the toxins and suffered greatly. Therefore, he was unable to participate in the later expedition to defeat the Black Dragon. According to Loki Familia's records, he and Althea jointly planned a major uprising against Rio, and he ultimately died in a deadly battle with Otter. Originally, I intended to use them as a springboard and die gloriously. Zard cracked his neck, his eyes still burning with the same fighting spirit as before. But after hearing Erebus's description of that despairing world where even souls can be destroyed, I'm not willing to close my eyes like that. I'm not as noble as Zard. A deep hatred surfaced on Althea's beautiful face. She slowly opened her eyes, her heterochromatic pupils burning with a chilling rage. I'm not clinging to life for some noble reason of saving the deliverance world. Hate that terminal illness that hasn't let go of me and my sister even in death. Her voice was like a poisoned ice blade, every word filled with deep-seated hatred. If it weren't for that damned disease, I would have personally slain that damned black dragon long ago. Chapter 45, 24 years old, the peak of the mountain of the dead. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Luca stood on the edge of the rock, his gaze fixed on Althea and Zard before him. These 2 legendary adventurers, who had once stood at the pinnacle of Rio, were now standing alive in front of him, albeit in a bizarre state teetering on the brink of life and death. Since you personally participated in the battle 15 years ago, Luca's gaze fell on Althea's hate-filled face. Althea, what exactly happened when you were fighting the Black Dragon? Why did the Zeus and Hera Familia, who had a whole host of LV-8 and even LV-9 members, end up being wiped out? Upon hearing the name Black Dragon, Althea's hatred deepened. She was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. That couldn't even be called a battle. Althea closed her eyes, as if she had returned to that abyss of despair, her voice becoming low. It was a one-sided humiliation with no suspense whatsoever. She paused for a moment. The Black Dragon, in a sense, it can no longer be considered a simple monster. It possesses extremely high intelligence. It can see through our tactics and magic. Every attack it makes precisely hits our weak points, and every defense it makes exploits the gaps in our power conversion. But that's not what makes us feel most desperate. Althea's voice lowered further. That Black Dragon emanated a divine power that only gods possess. Luca's eyes flickered slightly. That's right. Faced with that divine pressure, our teamwork, which we were so proud of, and the power brought by blessing became meaningless. Althea shook her head, a bitter smile appearing on her lips. Under the oppressive power of that divine might, everyone's spirit and soul collapsed instantly. Even the Empress, who had reached LV-9 and was known as the strongest in the lower realm, was nothing more than an ant dominated by fear in front of that monster. We were utterly ridiculous and defeated so easily. After listening to Althea's account, Luca did not show much surprise. The Dragon of the End, who could make the strongest Familia at the time, with multiple LV-8 and even one LV-9, feel despair, could not have done it simply by being powerful. Only gods or monsters with god-level power could cause this situation. Regarding its divine power, Luca pondered for a moment and proposed a hypothesis. Have you ever considered that the Black Dragon might have undergone some kind of qualitative change after devouring the great fairy Arya, thus becoming what it is now? Althea was silent for a moment, perhaps. But whatever the truth is, we lost that campaign, and our era never recovered. That's an undeniable fact. However, the situation is different now. Erebus, who had been standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. He pointed down the hillside to Rivera, where a white-haired boy was busy on the street, helping other adventurers carry supplies. Hermes has placed all his bets on that boy. Erebus smiled. He believes that boy is the hero who can lead the times. He put so much effort into planning and guiding, just to let that rough stone shine with its due brilliance. Erebus turned his head and looked at Luca, but he doesn't seem to notice that there's already a ready-made deliverance hero standing in front of us. Zard followed Erebus's gaze and looked down at Bel Cranel on the hillside. A smile appeared on his scarred face as he recalled a remembrance from long ago. Speaking of which, it's been so long. Zard sighed. That little one who was still in swaddling clothes back then has grown up so much. Time really flies. He turned to Althea beside him. Aren't you going to see him? No matter what, he's yours. No need, Althea interrupted Zard. She followed Zard's gaze and looked at the boy with white hair and clear eyes, whose heterochromatic eyes flashed with complex emotions. Visiting him as a dead person would only cause him more grief. It would be meaningless. Althea's voice was cold and resolute, as if she were speaking to herself. Do you want me to look him in the eyes and say, your mother died to give birth to you? Or do you want me to say, as your relative, I will soon return to the underworld after seeing you? She turned away, no longer looking in that direction. Meeting will only bring pain. Let's just stay where we are. Relatives? Luca caught the word, her gaze shifting between Althea and the white-haired boy at the foot of the hill, and asked curiously, Althea, are you related to Bel by blood? Althea didn't hide anything and replied calmly, Bel's mother is my twin sister. Simply put, Althea is that kid's aunt. Zard chimed in. Perhaps sensing the oppressive atmosphere, the red-haired giant grinned and added, speaking of which, judging by the timeline, Althea should be in her 30s by now. Zard hadn't even finished speaking. Gospel. Althea's lips moved slightly, and her extremely violent magic erupted. Zard, who was hit first, didn't even have time to scream before he was forced to shut his mouth and was blasted away. His huge body rolled several times in the air, smashing through several boulders along the way, and finally crashed into the mountainside, leaving a deep, human-shaped crater. Not only that, the terrifying magic continued its relentless advance, flattening a nearby hilltop. Gravel and dust flew in all directions, tracing arcs in the air and creating countless craters on the ground. Amidst the billowing dust, Althea slowly opened her eyes, her heterochromatic pupils burning with a chilling killing intent. She turned her head, looked at Luca who was standing to the side in a somewhat bewildered expression, and said in a serious tone, enunciating each word clearly. "I'm not 30 yet. As a dead person, the time of death should absolutely not be counted in my age." Luca looked into those threatening heterochromatic eyes, then glanced at the flattened mountain and Zard, who was struggling to climb out and embedded in the mountain, and nodded with extreme cooperation and seriousness. "I completely agree with your point of view. The time of death should indeed not be counted in age." The massive commotion caused by the flattening of the mountain peak immediately caught the attention of the adventurers below in Riviera. The adventurers, who were cleaning up the mess, all looked up in the direction from which the sound came, and gripped their weapons tightly. What happened over there? Could there be monsters? With his whereabouts about to be exposed, Erebus sighed helplessly. He glanced at the hilltop that Althea had blasted down, then at Zard, who was crawling out of the rubble covered in dust, and shook his head. "It seems our reminiscing today will have to end here." He waved his hand. "Well then, I look forward to seeing you again, Radiant Star." Accompanied by a cloud of black mist, Erebus, Althea, and Zard, who had just crawled out of the ruins and was still brushing the dust off his body, vanished from the spot in an instant. A day later, Loki Familia's expeditionary force finally returned safely to the surface. When the sunlight shone again on the team members' tired but satisfied faces, many of them even felt as if they had been transported to another world. They experienced so much on the expedition, from the fallen fairy on the 59th floor to the mad monster horde on the return journey, and then to the suffocating black Goliath on the 18th floor. Each time was a test of life and death, and each time refreshed their understanding of danger. Regarding the bizarre incident of Black Goliath falling and instantly evaporating on the 18th floor, the guild's leadership, under the direction of Aurenas, reacted swiftly. To avoid causing panic throughout Ora Rio, the guild firmly defined the incident as a collective hallucination caused by the gods unleashing their divine power in dungeon, resulting in a disruption of the magical energy in the floors. To make this excuse seem more believable, the guild imposed severe fines and bans on Hestia, who had unleashed Kamui in dungeon, and Hermes, who had acted as an accomplice. It is said that when Hestia saw the amount of the penalty, she collapsed in her chair, her face as white as paper, and she almost died. However, adventurers who had personally experienced that event were not easily fooled. Despite the guild's best efforts to suppress the news, various rumors continued to spread wildly in Orario's taverns and streets. Some say they saw a white light piercing the darkness, others say they felt a terrifying power beyond comprehension, and some even swear that the legendary one-eyed black dragon had reappeared in dungeon, and was cleaved in two by Loki Familia's Radiant Star. However, the last rumor was so outrageous that not many people believed it. As the rumors grew increasingly outrageous and bizarre, and the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the guild's leadership was in a state of panic. Just then, an extremely important piece of news, enough to divert everyone's attention, swept through the entire Ora Rio like a hurricane. "Have you heard? It's Luca from Loki Familia, the newcomer who just won the Radiant Star title. What's wrong with him now? Has he caused some big commotion again? He leveled up. Less than half a month has passed since he reached LV2, and he's already leveled up again. Leveled up from LV3 in less than a month. How is that possible?" The news spread quickly throughout the world. In the long history of Ora Rio, the record for the fastest progress from LV2 was held by Ace Wallenstein, who took a full year. Luca shortened this record to 8 days. Now he has shortened the time from LV, 3 to 10 days. Rio is the place in the world where the most adventurers gather, and everyone has personally experienced the pain of slowly whittling down their ability stats, so they are even more shocked by this news. This speed has even exceeded everyone's comprehension. All the adventurers, gods, and citizens were utterly shocked by the news. The discussion about the collective hallucination of the 18th floor was quickly suppressed by this bombshell. Those still spreading rumors are now intensely discussing another topic. How exactly did Radiant Star do it? Is he hiding some secret? Just how fast can he get? Throughout the streets and alleys of Rio, all eyes were on this true Radiant Star. And in the Twilight Manor Guild leaders' room, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth were stunned after hearing Luca recount his conversation with Erebus. Loki covered his forehead and took a deep breath. We need to have a drink. No, 3 drinks. Chapter 46. The Divine Moon Festival. Several days have passed since Loki Familia returned from her expedition. In the past few days, the entire streets and alleys of Rio have been buzzing with the same topic of conversation, except for the news of Luca's upgrade to level 3. From the citizens queuing outside the bakery in the early morning to the adventurers raising their glasses in the tavern late at night, everyone's conversation revolved around the Familia that had just accomplished a great feat. Have you heard? Loki Familia achieved an amazing feat on this expedition. Bert Roga, Tiona Sillet, and Tioni Sillet, all 3 of them simultaneously leveled up to LV, good heavens. Doesn't that mean Loki Familia now has 7 top-tier LV, 6 fighters? Finn, Riveria, Gareth, Ace Wallenstein, Bert, Tiona, and Tioni, a total of 7 first-level LV, 6 adventurers. Now, it's really hard to say whether the title of Orario's strongest faction belongs to Freya Familia or Loki Familia. Besides the collective upgrade of the officers, what shocked the adventurers even more was the official announcement from the guild that Loki Familia had successfully broken through the unknown 59th floor. This achievement of the Trailblaze, which had been untouched since the fall of Zeus Familia and the Hera Familia, propelled Loki Familia's reputation to an unprecedented peak. Everywhere you looked, people were talking about this expedition, and both veteran adventurers and newcomers looked at Loki Familia with awe. To celebrate this bountiful expedition, Loki Familia booked out the Hostess of Fertility, the most famous pub on West Street. Cheers! Inside the tavern, cheers and the clinking of glasses filled the air. A huge table was laden with a sumptuous feast, roasted suckling pigs until golden brown and crispy, piles of fried potato balls, steaks drizzled with thick gravy, and various fresh seafood platters. The aroma of grilled meats and ale mingled together, filling the entire space. Delicious. This grilled meat is so good. At one end of the long table, Alice and Tiona, 2 big eaters, were having a fierce battle of slurping food. Alice held a roasted chicken leg in her left hand and a steak in her right, her cheeks bulging, her golden eyes sparkling with happiness. Tiona was not to be outdone. She placed a whole plate of roasted ribs in front of her and devoured them one by one at an astonishing speed. The food on the plates disappeared at a visible rate, and the empty plates piled up into a small mountain. The group members around them watched these 2 diners with incredible eating power, exclaiming in amazement and cheering. Finn, seated at the head of the table, maintained an elegant and composed smile on the surface, occasionally raising his glass to respond to the toasts from the band members. However, if you looked closely, you would notice that his eyes were frequently drifting towards the mountain of empty plates, and his eyebrows were twitching almost imperceptibly. At this rate, today's budget is probably going to be seriously overrun. Finn thought to himself, his fingers rapidly fiddling under the table. I need to find a way to drag Luca into this and make him split the bill. Just as Finn was plotting how to trick Luca, Loki, who was already completely drunk, suddenly staggered and stepped onto the table using a chair. Hiccup. My little ones. I have some good news for you. Loki let out a loud hiccup, raised his glass, and announced loudly, the guild and the gods have made a last-minute decision to hold a 3-day Divine Moon Festival starting today. Shinue Festival. Upon hearing this name, everyone who was eating looked up, their faces showing confusion. They didn't understand why Loki suddenly brought this up, nor did they understand why the guild would suddenly hold a celebration. Generally speaking, such large-scale celebrations require weeks of preparation in advance, and it's impossible for them to decide on such a whim. However, this also explains why the streets of Rio were more brightly lit and bustling than ever before this evening. All those colorful ribbons and lanterns, the bards performing in the streets, and the temporary food stalls and game stands were all for this suddenly announced Shinue festival. Who cares about any kind of sacrifice? As long as we have meat to eat and wine to drink, that's all that matters. Keep drinking, Tiona shouted, raising her glass. Her bold voice echoed throughout the tavern. Oh, oh, oh. The banquet ended in a joyful atmosphere. Finn ultimately failed to drag Luca into the mess, because when it came time to pay the bill, Luca had already cleverly slipped away with Alice, who was full and satisfied, leaving Finn alone to face the mountain of bills, wearing a wry smile that said, I knew it. As night fell, the lights of the Shinsuke festival illuminated the streets of Rio as if it were daytime. Countless lanterns hung from the buildings on both sides of the street, emitting a warm yellow glow that enveloped the entire city in a dreamlike splendor. The streets were packed with citizens and adventurers dressed in festive attire. The shouts of vendors, the laughter of children, and the music of street performers mingled together to create a joyful festive symphony. Alice and Luca walked side by side down the bustling street, having a long-awaited date. A night breeze carries the aroma of roasted meat, and the sweetness of desserts, mingling with the crisp autumn air and creating a truly delightful experience. Luca. I want that candied apple. And that kebab. Ah, those fried potato balls look so delicious. And what's that? Is it wrapped in dough and baked? I want some too. Alice skipped and hopped along, excitedly pointing to the dazzling array of food stalls lining both sides of the street. Her golden eyes sparkled under the light, and her face radiated pure joy. Eat slowly, didn't you already eat a lot at the pub? Luca followed behind with a helpless expression, her hands already full of various snacks in paper bags, candied apples, kebabs, fried potato balls, honey tarts, and several bags of freshly baked nuts. Although he said that, the doting look in his eyes was undeniable. Every time he saw Alice's happy expression, her eyes squinting as she ate something delicious, he felt it was all worth it. Unbeknownst to them, the two followed the flow of people, and arrived at the central square of Rio. At this moment, the central square was surrounded by layers of adventurers watching the spectacle, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. In the very center of the crowd, a tall platform was erected, with colorful curtains and lanterns hanging around it, making the entire platform look as dazzling as a stage. On the platform, Hermes, wearing a feathered hat, was enthusiastically hawking his wares, his infectious voice echoing across the square. Don't miss out, brave adventurers. Do you see this spear stuck in the rock? Hermes pointed to a large crystal rock in the center of the platform, where a strangely shaped spear was stuck. The spear was entirely silver-white, with intricate patterns engraved on its body. It gleamed faintly under the light, looking ordinary yet exuding an indescribable sense of mystery. This is a special event for the Divine Moon Festival, approved by the Guild. Whoever can pull out this spear will be the hero chosen by fate. Not only will they receive the eternal blessing of the goddess of chastity, but they will also win a luxury world tour fully sponsored by the Guild. A luxury world tour. Upon hearing this, Alice, who had previously shown no interest in such a boring activity, suddenly had eyes that sparkled like two bright stars. In a fraction of a second, her brain went from having no interest to thinking, I have to get this. A world tour means I can go all over the world and try all the delicious food I've never tasted before. Alice turned around abruptly, grabbed Luca's arm, and shook it frantically. Go pull that gun out. I want to travel the world. I want to eat my way around the world. Okay, I understand, you can let go now. He raised his head and carefully examined the spear stuck in the crystal rock on the platform. The gun was imbued with an extremely special divine intent. It appeared calm and still, yet it exuded a profound aura. This gun is no ordinary weapon. It is imbued with some kind of divine will, and is by no means just a prop for entertainment. Several well-known adventurers, some at level 4 and even level 5, have already tried it. Some turned red in the face, some used all their strength, and some even used magic to enhance their power, but no matter how hard they tried, the gun did not budge, as if it were one with the crystal rock. Just as Luca was examining the spear, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd. Lafia and Ace Wallenstein, who were also out shopping, were drawn over. At Hermes's urging, Lafia blushed and went up on stage to try it out. She gripped the gun handle, took a deep breath, and pulled upwards with all her might, but the gun wouldn't budge. Lafia had no choice but to blush and leave the stage, disappearing into the crowd. Then, Ace Wallenstein also went up on stage. Her appearance caused a stir. After all, everyone in Rio knew the name of the Fiora. Ace Wallenstein walked up to the crystal rock, reached out and gripped the gun handle to try, and after a moment she shook her head, indicating that she couldn't pull it out either. Even the sword maiden couldn't draw her sword, which made the adventurers below the stage even more excited. Alice stared intently at Luca. Okay, I'll give it a try. Luca sighed. He couldn't stand that look in Alice's eyes. Every time Alice gave him that look, he knew he had no chance of refusing. He shook his head helplessly, shoved the pile of snacks he was carrying into Alice's arms, and turned to squeeze out of the crowd. Oh look. That's Loki Familia's. It's Radiant Star. Lady Luca. As Luca stepped out of the crowd, the audience erupted in cheers. This strongest supernova in Rio, who had just created a miracle in the expedition and broken the upgrade record, was definitely the most watched focus in Rio right now. Even ordinary citizens who were just passing by to watch the excitement stood on tiptoe, eager to catch a glimpse of this legendary newcomer. Oh dear, look who's here. Hermes saw Luca walk onto the stage, and a complex light flashed in his eyes, hidden in the shadow of his feathered hat. Although he wore a bright smile, there was an unspeakable emotion hidden beneath it. I originally thought that someone like Luca would have no interest in such childish activities. I'm really not interested. Luca frankly admitted, pointing to Alice in the audience who was waving a sausage wildly, and sighed helplessly, but there's nothing I can do, she's got her eye on the prize for the world tour. I hope Hermes' promise is true and valid. Upon hearing this reason, Hermes' expression stiffened slightly. Ha, of course it's true. Hermes wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his smile somewhat forced. He knew this seemingly gentle and easygoing young man all too well. He had tricked Luca once before during the bathing incident, and although he was the one who ended up being punished, he knew that Luca was not as easy to fool as he appeared. When these good-tempered people really get angry, the consequences can be extremely terrifying. He was prepared to escape Rio and hide for a few days. Ignoring Hermes' constipated expression, Luca walked to the crystal rock, his gaze falling on the strangely shaped spear, and grasped the hilt of the unremarkable spear. The instant his hand touched the gun handle buzz. A faint light emanated from inside the spear, leaving behind rings of pale golden light in the air. Immediately afterwards a clear, harmless voice echoed in Luca's mind, "Finally, I've found you." A green figure suddenly emerged in Luca's mind, concealing the previous voice. "Luca, who are you chatting with?" Sylph peered into his mind's eye. "Has a new spirit formed a contract with you?" Sylph scratched his head again. "Wait a minute, aren't there only 4 elemental spirits? They've all formed contracts with you." "I, Salamander, Gnome, Undine, Sylph." Sylph counted on her fingers, then shook her head violently. "That's not right, how come I counted 5? Why are there 5 for spirits?" Gnome appeared, punched the green idiot on the head, and dragged her away. "Luca." Before he could even hear the strange woman's words clearly, the spear in his hand emitted a crisp ringing sound. Luca pulled out the spear. The entire stadium erupted in cheers and screams that seemed to shake the night sky. "It's out. It's really out." As expected of Radiant Star. Even Fiora couldn't pull out the gun, but he pulled it out so easily. That's amazing. Looking at Luca, who was holding a long spear, and looking bewildered, Hermes silently lowered the brim of his hat to hide his extremely complicated expression. Those eyes, hidden in the shadows, held a mixture of relief, helplessness, and an indescribable sorrow. Has chosen you, Luca. He sighed deeply in his heart. As someone in the know, Hermes was well aware of the cruel truth, and despair hidden behind that spear. That was a grave sin that even the gods found difficult to handle, a heavy burden that could crush anyone. The feeling of powerlessness making a child from the lower realm bear such a burden, while he himself could only stand by and record everything caused him great pain. But he had no choice, some things could only be done by the chosen ones. But no matter what he was thinking, Hermes put on his signature bright smile. He opened his arms wide and shouted, "Incredible! Congratulations to our radiant star." He pulled out the spear of destiny. He is the chosen hero. Now please welcome our sponsor for this event, who is also the true owner of this spear. Hermes hadn't finished speaking. A blue figure, as bright as moonlight, suddenly leaped down from the clock tower behind the square. She was a goddess with long, azure hair, wearing white hunting attire, and breathtakingly beautiful features. Her long hair flowed in the night breeze like a waterfall, and her moon-white skirt fluttered in the air like a blooming lily. Amidst the stunned gazes of all the adventurers in the audience, as well as Alice, Lafia, and Ace Wallenstein in the audience, she threw herself into Luca's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and holding him close. She raised her head, her sapphire-blue eyes glistening with tears of excitement, reflecting the entire starry sky in the moonlight and lamplight. She looked at his slightly surprised face, her voice filled with joy. "Finally. I've found you." The entire square was completely silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene on the stage. Alice, sitting in the audience, dropped the sausage she was holding onto the ground with a thud. Her expression changed from astonishment to a dangerous smile. Chapter 47, The commotion at the central square continued. The adventurers and citizens who witnessed the goddess of chastity throwing herself into the arms of Radiant Star were still discussing the dramatic scene. Various speculations and rumors are rapidly spreading among the people. However, the group that was in the spotlight had already left the bustling square under Hermes's guidance and arrived at a pre-prepared empty room. The moment the door closed, it completely shut out the noise from outside. Luca walked to the table and placed the glowing divine spear on it. Goddess Artemis clung tightly to Luca's clothes, as if he might disappear at any moment. "All right, now there's no one else here." Luca's voice broke the silence in the room, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two of them. "Explain the details." He paused, his gaze falling on Goddess Artemis. Goddess Artemis is in a strange state. In my perception, she seems to be connected to this divine spear. Upon hearing this, Hermes' signature frivolous smile vanished instantly, revealing a tired and bitter true face beneath. He gave a wry smile and sighed, "You're really something, Luca. Since you've already figured things out, I won't say any more deceptive platitudes." Hermes' expression turned serious. A request that requires the use of a divine spear to resolve speaks volumes about its significance. This is no ordinary adventurer's request. He glanced at Goddess Artemis beside him. Goddess Artemis encountered an extremely troublesome monster in an ancient ruin outside Rio. Its power far exceeded our expectations. He paused, his voice growing even lower. Her entire clan has been wiped out. And she herself, for some reason, is trapped in a predicament she cannot escape. Hermes looked up at Luca. "So, she needs your help. Or rather, only you can help her." Goddess Artemis stood beside Luca, her sapphire-blue eyes now filled with sorrow and pleading. "You are my only hope." Goddess Artemis looked up at Luca's face. "I have been searching for you, searching for the Orion who can pull out this gun. I have traveled to many places and asked many people, and finally found you tonight." At this point, Goddess Artemis's tone became hesitant. She lowered her head, "But to let a child from the lower realm bear this heavy burden of sin and fate, I really She bit her lower lip tightly, but only those acknowledged by the sharpshooter can resolve this. Only those chosen by the sharpshooter can face that being. I'm sorry. I know this isn't fair to you, but I have no other choice. Sensing her sadness, Luca answered without hesitation. No matter what it is, you can leave it to me to handle. Goddess Artemis suddenly raised her head, her sapphire blue eyes filled with disbelief. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that her throat was blocked by something, and she could only let out a soft whimper. Hearing Luca's unwavering answer, Hermes breathed a long sigh of relief. Due to the urgency of the situation, with Hermes having completed all the necessary procedures in advance, Luca's travel preparations were all finalized within just 1 hour. Passes, supplies, route planning, everything was arranged with astonishing efficiency. Originally, Alice and Ace Wallenstein had insisted on going along. However, the guild has extremely strict control over first-level adventurers like Ace Wallenstein leaving the city. Every adventurer of level 5 or above needs to go through multiple approvals to leave Ora Rio, in order to prevent the loss of combat power, or to cause diplomatic disputes. But for some reason, Ace Wallenstein's application to leave the city was rejected by the guild without any room for negotiation. As for Alice, Luca firmly stopped her from going. Alice usually has a very good temper, even when Chrome used ghosts to scare her, she was able to forgive him. But when it comes to food, she has absolutely zero tolerance. When Alice learned that the so-called luxury world tour and tasting of world cuisines was actually a lie fabricated by Hermes, her expression turned extremely terrifying in that instant. A dangerous red glint flashed in her golden eyes, and the air around them seemed to freeze for a few seconds. If Luca hadn't desperately stopped her, Alice would have definitely punched Hermes' feathered hat and his head into the ground backstage. To prevent Hermes from being assassinated by Alice on the way, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, Luca had to persuade the enraged Demon King with countless promises. Tamamo, finding traveling too troublesome, also chose to stay comfortably in the clan's territory with Alice. In the end, only Luca, Hermes, and Goddess Artemis embarked on this mission. Before leaving, Hermes took a package from his pocket, opened it to reveal a set of exquisite equipment, a light armor that shimmered with a pale silver light, a pair of boots, and a pair of wrist guards. The equipment is very well made, with every seam perfectly finished, and the material is lightweight yet exudes a sense of toughness. Wear it, it will greatly improve your survivability, Hermes advised. This is Asphi's latest top-tier equipment, developed using the latest craftsmanship and enchanting technology. Thank you for your kindness. Luca politely accepted the equipment and weighed it in her hand. The workmanship of the equipment was indeed admirable, with impeccable materials and craftsmanship, but he did not wear it and instead put it in his backpack. However, I still feel more comfortable wearing casual clothes. For Luca right now, ordinary defensive equipment is meaningless, a set of light clothing would be much more comfortable. Outside the walls of Ora Rio, the night breeze swept across the empty fields outside the city, and the moonlight spilled onto the ground, casting a silvery glow on the group of people who were about to set off. Like the sound of wings beating against the night sky, like giant waves whipped up by a raging storm, two enormous, completely tamed bipedal dragons descended from the heavens. Standing atop one of the dragons, piloting it, was the god Ganesha, who always wore an elephant mask. He stood on the dragon's back, hands on his hips, striking his signature exaggerated pose. I am Ganesha. Ganesha's voice echoed in the night sky. Time is of the essence, let's get going. Hermes skillfully flipped and jumped onto a dragon. Once he was settled, he quickly gave Ganesha a look. Ganesha understood immediately, and with a flick of the reins, the dragon let out a high-pitched cry, its massive wings flapped violently, and it soared into the air, transforming into a black shadow as it sped away into the distant night sky. So only Luca, Goddess Artemis, Ganesha, and one other wyvern remained standing quietly at the foot of the city wall, occasionally scratching the ground with its claws. A night breeze blew by, swirling up a few fallen leaves. Luca and Goddess Artemis stared at each other for a moment. Luca pointed to the dragon that was waiting quietly. Goddess Artemis, you ride this dragon. I can fly by myself, I can just follow behind. After all, the other party was a chaste goddess who was known for her aversion to men. In the legend, Goddess Artemis made a vow never to be intimate with men, and her kin only recruited female members. Luca felt it was best to keep some distance to avoid offending the goddess. However, upon hearing this, Goddess Artemis became anxious. She rushed forward, grabbed Luca's sleeve, her sapphire-like eyes filled with grievance and anxiety, her voice trembling. Do you despise me? No, 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 of course not. Luca quickly waved her hand. I just think that as a goddess of chastity, you might not be used to getting too close to men. I want to be with you. Goddess Artemis interrupted his explanation, her sapphire eyes fixed on him. Is that all right, Orion? But you can still call me Luca. The name Orion always felt a little awkward to him, as if it belonged to a stranger he didn't know. He prefers his own name, which was given to him by his mother. Okay, Luca. You can call me Goddess Artemis too, Goddess Artemis replied softly, a hint of joy in her voice. She loosened her grip on Luca's sleeve, but remained standing beside him, keeping a very close distance. Luca nodded, walked to the dragon, and gently stroked its scale-covered neck. The dragon let out a soft, docile growl, and nuzzled his hand. He first helped Goddess Artemis onto the dragon's back, placing her in the front, and then stood behind her, holding the reins. Hold on tight, Luca whispered a reminder. Goddess Artemis nodded, gripping the handles of the dragon collar with both hands. The night wind blew her long, azure hair, which fluttered in the air like flowing moonlight. With a high-pitched dragon roar, Luca pulled on the reins, and the huge bipedal dragon flapped its wings violently, its powerful wings striking the air, and creating a wave of air before it soared into the sky. The ground receded rapidly, and the walls of Rio grew smaller and smaller in their view. The brightly lit city unfolded slowly under the moonlight like a giant golden chessboard. Babel's spire shimmered in the night, and the streetlights resembled flowing rivers. The enormous two-legged dragon carried the two of them as it sped toward the moonlight. Chapter 48 The necessary journey. The night sky was clear and bright, dotted with countless stars. Above the clouds, far from the city lights, the two-legged dragon glided smoothly. The wind howled in my ears, blurring the world below into a hazy silhouette. The sea of clouds surged under the moonlight, its silvery waves stretching to the horizon. On the broad back of the dragon, Goddess Artemis leaned against Luca's chest, her eyes closed, her long, pale blue hair swaying gently in the wind like flowing moonlight. That exquisitely beautiful face carried a rare sense of peace and tranquility. However, Luca, the knight who was relied upon, frowned slightly at this moment. In Luca's perception, Goddess Artemis's current state was extremely strange. Ordinary gods in the lower realms completely seal their divine power within them using some strict rules, retaining only their mortal bodies so that they can walk, live, and experience the world like ordinary people. But in Luca's perception, Goddess Artemis in his arms didn't have that sealed physical sensation at all. She was more like a phantom formed from pure magic and divine will. The figure was beautiful and complete, but lacked a sense of real presence, and the medium that maintained the existence of this phantom was the divine spear at Luca's waist. Noticing the subtle change in Luca's emotions, Goddess Artemis opened her sapphire-like eyes, her long, curled eyelashes trembling gently in the moonlight. She looked up at him with some concern. What's wrong, Orion? Is something bothering you? Her voice was soft and clear, carrying a pure concern. Luca didn't hide his doubts. He looked directly into Goddess Artemis's eyes and asked bluntly, Goddess Artemis, your current state is strange. It's not like you have a physical body, but more like a phantom projected from the divine spear. Where exactly is your original body now? Upon hearing the words, original body, Goddess Artemis's body stiffened abruptly, and the smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by undisguised pain and struggle. She lowered her head to avoid Luca's gaze, her fair hands gripping Luca's collar tightly. I'm sorry. Goddess Artemis's voice trembled slightly. I don't want to tell you the truth about that matter. It's too cruel, it will only burden you with an extremely heavy burden, and make you bear sins that you shouldn't have to bear. She raised her head, her eyes slightly red. You just need to follow us and then, at the last moment, swing the divine spear in your hand. I'll figure out the rest. At this point, Goddess Artemis bit her lower lip. It was I who shamelessly begged you for help. It was I who needed you to do something extremely outrageous and cruel, but I can't tell you anything, and I still expect you to trust me unconditionally and help me. A single tear slid down her fair cheek, shimmering in the moonlight. Will you think I'm selfish? Can you forgive me? Luca was silent for a moment, then slowly reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Goddess Artemis's eyes. His fingertips touched her cheek. The touch was icy cold, like solidified moonlight. Goddess Artemis, you don't need to apologize or beg for forgiveness, Luca said. I am an adventurer with my own will. I chose to draw that gun myself, and I chose to help you resolve this matter. No one forced me, and no one deceived me. Therefore, I will not be forced to pay any heavy price by anyone. Everything I do is my own choice. He raised his head, gazing at the endless night sky ahead, his azure eyes reflecting the starlight. Moreover, the final outcome may not necessarily be as hopeless as you imagine. The future has not yet arrived, and the ending has not yet been written. Please rest assured and leave everything to me. Hearing Luca's confident and inclusive words, Goddess Artemis felt a weight lifted from her heart. She looked at the young man before her. In the moonlight, his silhouette appeared exceptionally soft yet firm. There was no hesitation or fear in his eyes, only a calm certainty. Her gaze softened. The atmosphere eased a little. The night wind was still howling in their ears, but the heavy feeling that had been hanging between them had dissipated considerably. Luca thought for a moment, then suddenly changed the subject, but speaking of which, he looked down at the goddess still leaning against him. After this brief time together, I've learned a little about the rumors surrounding you. As a chaste goddess known for her aversion to men, did Hermes teach you to act this way? Upon hearing this, Goddess Artemis's cheeks instantly turned red, the blush spreading from her cheeks all the way to her ears, which was particularly noticeable in the moonlight. She opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but found herself at a loss for words. You don't really need to force yourself to do something that goes against your nature, Luca said with a smile. However, to Luca's surprise, Goddess Artemis did not back down because of shyness, nor did she panic because her secret was known. Instead, she extended a slender, pale index finger and gently pressed it against Luca's lips, stopping him from continuing. You're only half right, Luca. Goddess Artemis gazed intently at Luca with her sapphire blue eyes. Moonlight shimmered in her pupils, reflecting a gentle glow. In his eyes, there was no shyness, no evasion, only a sincere emotion as clear as a lake. My current state and those proactive actions just now were indeed taught to me by Hermes through Asphi. He said that this would make me willing to help me, would allow me to understand what love is, and would make the sharpshooter work its magic. She took a deep breath, as if she had used up all her courage, and her voice became soft yet incredibly firm, but you don't know me well enough yet. She looked directly into Luca's eyes and said, word by word, I like the way you are, it's not fake. I genuinely want to be close to you. This is my own feeling, not something anyone taught me. Luca did not feel joy upon hearing this. Instead, he felt a chill down his spine for some reason. While cleaning up the mess in Ilias, he briefly glimpsed the distant future. Just thinking about that scene makes his head ache uncontrollably. However, it's time to seriously consider the future. The group rode on flying dragons and flew through the air for a day and a night. They passed through seas of clouds, crossed mountains, and skimmed over vast forests and endless plains. Sometimes, scattered lights appear on the ground, those are human villages, other times, pitch-black wilderness appears, those are undeveloped primitive lands. As evening approached, the setting sun painted the sky a warm orange-red, and golden rays spilled onto the clouds, like a burning ocean. To allow the dragons to rest, they landed and set up camp on a desolate plain, with a few old trees scattered around and a clear stream flowing nearby, making a pleasant sound. The campfire was lit in the twilight, and the leaping flames illuminated the area around the tent. Hermes was sitting by the campfire, fiddling with his map. The map was marked with fine lines indicating the course of mountains and rivers, and there were several marks on the edges indicating repeated corrections. Luca, on the other hand, was dealing with a wild animal he had casually hunted earlier, preparing dinner. He skillfully skewered the meat onto tree branches, sprinkled it with the salt and spices he carried with him, and slowly turned it over the campfire. The oil dripped onto the flame, sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma that mingled with the scents of grass, wood and earth spreading through the twilight. Actually, Luca said to Hermes as she flipped the meat to ensure it was heated evenly, if it's just about going to some ruin to hunt monsters, I can go alone. There's no need for two gods to come with me. Hermes, all you need to do is tell me the coordinates of the destination. I'll fly there alone, solve the problem, and come back. Upon hearing Luca's suggestion, Hermes, who had been acting frivolously and seemingly indifferent to everything, put down the map in his hand. He looked at Luca, whose face, which was always smiling, now showed an unprecedented seriousness. No, Luca. Hermes' voice was low. It is necessary for Goddess Artemis to be with you. It is also necessary for you to share this journey together, these days and nights, these conversations, this time spent together. And I, as an observer who guides you to your destination and records all of this, am equally necessary. He looked at Luca with a complex expression. I absolutely believe in your ability to create miracles. However, there is one thing, these processes, that absolutely cannot be omitted. The journey itself is part of the answer, not a signpost to the destination, but the destination itself. At this point, Hermes' gaze passed over the campfire and landed on Goddess Artemis, who was squatting by the stream not far away, curiously splashing water, and watching the clear stream flow through his fingers. The moonlight bathed her, casting a silvery outline on her figure. She tilted her head slightly, her long, azure hair swaying gently in the night breeze. A deep sadness was evident in Hermes' eyes. The ending was already predetermined. Hermes murmured to himself in a voice only Luca could hear. His gaze remained fixed on Goddess Artemis's retreating figure. But at least before reaching that cruel end, I want her to experience a happy journey. Even if it's just for a few days, or even just a few hours. So that she can have a memorable time. Let this venerable goddess enjoy herself. Seeing Hermes' pained expression, Luca didn't object anymore. He simply handed the roasted meat to Hermes amidst the crackling of the campfire. The next 3 days passed peacefully during the flight. During these 3 days, Luca did not pursue the truth about the commission. He focused all his energy on being with Luca. On the back of the dragon, he would patiently chat with Goddess Artemis, listening to her tell interesting stories about the heavens, about the daily lives of the gods, about the changing seasons, and about the days she and her kinswomen hunted in the forest and danced under the moonlight. She spoke slowly, pausing from time to think, as if she were polishing remembrance. Luca would also tell her about his adventures, what he saw and heard, the encounters and partings on his journey, and stories about courage and faith. He spoke in a plain manner, yet he always captivated her. And every time they land and set up camp, Luca would display his superb culinary skills, comparable to those of the chef at the Hostess of Fertility. Whether it was roasted meat, stewed soup, or desserts made from wild fruits, the goddess, who had been wandering in the wilderness for a long time, thoroughly enjoyed the food. She would squat by the campfire like a child, watching Luca turn the food on the grill with longing eyes, her nose twitching slightly, her sapphire-like eyes full of anticipation. It's so delicious. Goddess Artemis mumbled between mouthfuls of grilled meat, her cheeks bulging, looking nothing like a noble goddess. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Luca smiled and handed over a cup of hot tea that had been warmed in a kettle. Be careful, it's hot. During these 3 short but incredibly heartwarming days together, Goddess Artemis and Luca quickly grew closer. The distance and heaviness caused by the Deliverance Commission were almost completely swept away during their time together. The way the two interacted could be described as friends. She would suddenly say something nonsensical when he was quiet, and he would quietly put a leaf on her head when she was lost in thought. Hermes stood at the edge of the camp, watching the two figures sitting side by the campfire. The moonlight cast soft silhouettes on them, and their laughter and voices mingled together, drifting in the night breeze. Hermes's gaze lingered between the two, his eyes, which always seemed to hold unspoken thoughts, flickering with an indescribable complexity. Relief, sadness, guilt, and a melancholy that seemed to foreshadow the ending. He turned around and gently began to play the lute in his hand. Chapter 49 Irsuosi Ruins. A few days later. Two flying dragons raced through the boundless, dense forest. Below them stretched a vast, undulating sea of trees, their canopies layered like green waves, surging in the wind. Sunlight streamed through gaps in the clouds, casting moving dappled patterns of light across the forest. A series of sharp and dense monster roars suddenly came from the forest below, breaking the tranquility. Luca lowered her head slightly, her azure eyes piercing through the layers of tree canopy, locking onto the scene below. Goddess Artemis, hold the reins tight. As soon as he finished speaking, Luca leaped off the back of the dragon, which was hundreds of meters high, without hesitation. His red cape fluttered in the air, and he plummeted down like a burning meteor with a sharp sonic boom. In the clearing below, a mother and daughter, dressed in tattered clothes, were running desperately. The mother held her daughter's hand tightly, her face filled with fear and despair. Her clothes were torn by thorns and stained with mud and blood. The little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, had tears on her face, and was already out of breath. Behind them was a large group of enormous scorpion monsters covered in hard carapaces, their tails gleaming with poisonous light. Just as the swarm of scorpions' stingers were about to pierce the mother and daughter, boom. Luca fell like a meteorite between them and the scorpion swarm. A violent, bluish-green storm erupted instantly from his center, crushing everything around him. The tough scorpion monster was torn to shreds like paper under the storm's onslaught. Its hard shell shattered in the wind blades, turning into countless fragments. When Hermes and goddess Artemis landed in their dragons, the battle was over. Scattered on the ground were fragments of scorpions and carapace remnants, and a faint, fishy stench filled the air. The mother and daughter were slumped on the ground, panting heavily, their bodies still trembling slightly from the fear of surviving the ordeal. Thank you, adventurer. The mother hugged her daughter tightly, tears streaming down her face as she thanked Luca. Luca crouched down, took out some dry food and water from her backpack and handed them to them, asking, "How did you end up in this desolate place? The nearest town is far away. It would take at least several days to walk from here." The mother fed her daughter dry rations, her voice choked with sobs as she explained, "Our original village was completely destroyed a few days ago by a horde of monsters that suddenly appeared. Those monsters emerged from the forest and killed anyone they saw. Of the entire village, only my daughter and I escaped. We barely made it here, and were just about to head to a distant town to seek refuge with relatives." After listening, Luca looked at the little girl who was still trembling. She was clutching her mother's clothes tightly, and her big eyes were filled with fear. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, gently carried the little girl on his back, and then steadily lifted the mother into his arms. "Luca, what are you doing?" Hermes rushed forward to stop her, his voice urgent. "We're extremely pressed for time. Things could change at any moment at the ruins, and Terry's seal could break completely at any time. We don't have time to send him." "Just 1 minute." Luca interrupted him, her tone leaving no room for argument. Immediately afterward, to the astonishment of Hermes and goddess Artemis, Luca vanished from her spot. He and the mother and daughter in his arms vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a white shockwave from breaking the sound barrier at incredible speed, and 2 shallow footprints on the ground caused by the explosive force. Hermes glanced subconsciously at the pocket watch in his hand. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The air around him remained calm, with only the rustling of the wind through the treetops. Hermes held his breath, staring intently at the pocket watch in his hand, a layer of cold sweat beading on his forehead. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. when the second hand has just completed one revolution. A gentle breeze blew by. Luca's figure suddenly reappeared in front of the two of them. He said to the completely stunned Hermes, "All right, let's move on." Hermes swallowed hard, looked at Luca's face, which was completely dry, opened his mouth, and then closed it again. He finally understood that Luca's statement at the camp a few days ago, "I'm more efficient on my own," wasn't a joke. In fact, it was an overstatement. That night, the group set up camp in the forest to rest. As dusk fell, a campfire was lit, its dim light dispelling the surrounding darkness, and creating a warm space around the camp. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the chirping of insects, and the distant howls of unknown wild beasts echoed from the forest. Perhaps it was the little incident during the day that made Hermes realize that continuing to conceal information was pointless for Luca, whose abilities far exceeded his expectations. After dinner, Hermes took the initiative to start a conversation. The several clans that the guild sent to investigate the Irsuosi ruins incident have all disappeared, Hermes said in a deep voice. He paused, his gaze falling on the flickering flames. Deep within those ruins lies an ancient seal. Sealed within is a monster that was sealed away by the great immortals of that time, before the gods descended to the mortal realm. He looked up and stared at Luca, Calamity Scorpion, and Teres. When my children and I were on a top-secret mission from the guild to explore the outskirts of the ruins, we happened to encounter goddess Artemis. Hermes looked at the goddess beside him. They had been stationed near the ruins for several days, maintaining and monitoring the seal, but shortly before we arrived, the seal broke. Goddess Artemis bowed her head, her hands gripping the hem of her skirt tightly, her voice hoarse, "My kin," while inspecting the seal, it suddenly broke. "Those monsters poured out of the seal, my children." She couldn't continue, but everyone understood what had happened. Upon hearing this heartbreaking news, the camp fell into a brief silence. To break the oppressive atmosphere, Hermes changed the subject. He cleared his throat and continued, "Now, Calamity Scorpion. Antares had amassed immense power. The magic stones of the adventurers and monsters it devoured, and the life force of the earth it drained, had all become part of it. It is no exaggeration to say that its current strength is absolutely no less than that of the three monsters listed as the three major commissions." He emphasized, "You must understand, that's a monster that even the Zeus Familia and Hera Familia, at their peak could barely defeat by paying an extremely heavy price. With Aurario's current overall strength, even if you tied Loki Familia and Freya Familia together to face that monster, you'd only be wiped out. This still doesn't take into account the results of certain out-of-specification scenarios." Hermes stared at Luca, "So you, who can pull out that god-slaying spear, are our only hope. Only that spear can kill the Calamity Scorpion, which has transcended the category of ordinary monsters." Luca listened quietly to Hermes's words, her expression remaining largely unchanged. He turned his head and glanced at goddess Artemis, who was standing silently with her head down, her sapphire-like eyes lowered. Luca gently patted her shoulder. The next day, the dragon finally arrived at the outer edge of the ruins, an area known as the Great Tree Sea. In Hermes's description, this place should have originally been a lush, vibrant, ancient forest. However, the scene before them sent chills down everyone's spine. The once vibrant forest has now turned into a deathly gray-white expanse. All the trees have lost their vibrant colors. The once lush green canopies are now just gray-white withered branches, like countless twisted ghostly claws reaching towards the sky, casting hideous shadows in the pale light. The ground beneath our feet was cracked and covered with deep fissures, and the air was filled with a putrid and decaying smell. All life force was completely drained by the monster deep within the ruins. "Watch out!" Goddess Artemis suddenly shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Without warning, countless arrows of light shot into the sky from the gray forest below, like a torrential rain. Each arrow was as thick as an arm, its surface shimmering with a blinding white light. They shot out in dense numbers from every corner of the forest, weaving together a net that covered the sky, pouring down on the flying dragon in midair. Luca raised her right hand, her 5 fingers spread. A solid, turquoise wind barrier instantly opened, like a giant turquoise bowl inverted above the flying dragons, protecting them inside. The rain of arrows of light struck the barrier, unleashing a dense roar. The arrows shattered and dissipated upon impact, but the barrier remained completely still, without even the slightest ripple. However, just as Hermes breathed a sigh of relief, boom. A massive beam of light, over 10 meters in diameter, shot out from the depths of the forest in an instant. Wherever it passed, the air was scorched and distorted, and the gray-white trees along the way vaporized the moment they touched the edge of the beam. The barrier remained unmoved and continued to block the flow. But the shockwave that erupted when the beam of light collided with the barrier spread outwards, blowing up large sections of the gray-white forest below, giving Hermes a fright. However, the attack did not end there. As if provoked, an extremely terrifying magical fluctuation erupted from the depths of the ruins. The magical fluctuation contained a trace of divine power, causing Hermes' brows to furrow instantly. A colossal beam of light, almost covering the entire field of vision, rose from below with a destructive force, attempting to completely evaporate everything in the air. Wherever the beam passed, the air was ionized, emitting a piercing shriek. This time, Luca's eyes flickered slightly. In his perception, there were several human presences hidden in a corner of the forest below, which should be the members of his familiar that Hermes mentioned. Luca also sensed the presence of an unfamiliar deity, an existence Hermes had never mentioned. We can't just focus on defense anymore. It will affect those below us. The next second, the seemingly indestructible turquoise barrier vanished instantly. Under the horrified gazes of Hermes and goddess Artemis, Luca drew the broken wooden sword from her waist. Facing that colossal pillar of light, powerful enough to destroy an entire forest and level a mountain range, he swung his sword downwards. Whoosh! A pure, indescribable red sword light burst forth from the broken wooden sword. The sword light wasn't enormous, but as it sliced through the air, the space around it distorted slightly. The sword light sliced through the massive, world-destroying beam of light in two without any hindrance, as easily as cutting through a piece of delicate tofu. The massive pillar of light that had been sliced apart instantly disintegrated, turning into countless points of light that exploded and slowly dissipated into a shower of light fragments, revealing the land behind it covered by a pale forest. The sword light continued its relentless advance. It continued upward, piercing through the clouds and disappearing at the edge of the sky. Rumble, 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 when the blinding light faded, Hermes and goddess Artemis looked up in a daze. They saw the clouds in the sky, cleaved open by the sword energy, creating a terrifying rift tens of thousands of meters long. The crack was straight and smooth, stretching from one end of the sky to the other. Clouds rolled along the crack to both sides, revealing the deep blue sky behind it. Like a ripped wound, the entire sky was brutally slashed open. Stop spacing out. Luca sheathed her wooden sword, and looked at the stunned Hermes. Go down there and reunite with your kin. After saying that, Luca pulled on the reins and steered the dragon slowly down into the gray-white forest below. Chapter 50 Contract. Luca rode the dragon, following the aura she had sensed, and swooped down in another direction of the forest. The wind whistled in her ears, and the gray-white dead trees cast intertwined shadows in the forest, like countless twisted fingers. Goddess Artemis, hold the reins tight. When the dragon was still hundreds of meters above the ground, Luca leaped down again, his red cloak billowing behind him, like a burning meteor streaking across the gray-white forest. In the clearing of the dry forest below, 3 girls stood back to back in a circle, struggling to hold off the swarm of scorpions that were surging towards them like a tide. Their physical strength had clearly reached its limit, and their weapon-wielding movements became extremely sluggish. Those hard, scorpion-like monsters kept surging in from all directions, their sharp stingers waving in the air, flashing with deadly poison. With a deafening airburst, Luca crashed down directly in front of the girls, the shockwave spreading out like a solid wall, sending several nearby scorpions flying. The wooden sword drew an arc in the air. A violent burst of cyan wind blades erupted instantly, slicing the hundreds of scorpion monsters surrounding them into a shower of minced meat and purple blood. Hard shell fragments flew through the air, and purple blood splattered on the ground, making a sizzling, corrosive sound. With just one sword strike, the desperate situation was completely shattered. Luca turned around, and when he saw the faces of the three girls clearly, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. A red ponytail swayed gently in the wind, revealing a vibrant face. Even though she was exhausted, she still exuded an indomitable spirit. Her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her cool face was framed by a pair of calm eyes. There was also a little girl with short pink hair. She stood between the two. Although she looked the smallest, she had a calm and composed aura. Although their faces looked somewhat haggard from years of living outdoors, and their skin was stained with dust and blood, Luca's remembrance instantly superimposed them with the photos in the archives. Those were the core members of Astrea Familia, who should have been wiped out 5 years ago in the dungeon trap: Captain Elise Lobel, Vice Captain Kaguya Minazuki, and Layla. Well, we're saved. Elise, with her red hair and ponytail, gasped for breath as she stepped forward, leaning on her sword. She wiped the sweat from her brow, a bright smile spreading across her face. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we'd probably be done for today. I'll remember this kindness. Instead of immediately thanking them, Lyra and Kaguya, who were hiding in the back, began to plot loudly. The voice was so loud that it didn't sound like a conspiracy at all. It sounded more like it was being deliberately spoken to Luca. Hey, Kaguya. The pink-haired little dwarf Lyra didn't lower her voice at all. Her eyes, which were covered by a black eye patch, were directed at Luca. This guy has purple hair, and is as strong as a monster. He wiped out all those scorpions with one sword. Could he be that LV-3 Radiant Star? I think he recognizes the three of us. Kaguya, with her long, straight black hair, retorted irritably. To ensure the stability of our contract and prevent outsiders from discovering it. Layla suggested earnestly, why don't you go and knock him out? Are you blind? Kaguya, enraged, slammed her scabbard down on Lyra's head with a loud bang. The three of us were almost eaten alive by those scorpions. He wiped out the entire monster horde with a single sword strike. You think I could beat him? I'd be more likely to go and die. Layla grinned and touched the black eye patch covering her eyes. I was already blind. Kaguya was momentarily speechless. She lowered her head and subconsciously touched the cold metal prosthetic arm on her right arm, letting out a self-deprecating sigh. Sorry, please don't mind what they said, that's just how they are. Elise apologized with a bright smile. I'm Elise Lobel, and these are Kaguya and Lyra. What's your name, sir? Luca, he said briefly, giving his name. But Luca's brows furrowed slightly. In his perception, Elise's condition was far from as relaxed as she appeared. On her right abdomen, there was an old wound that ran through her entire torso. Although the surrounding muscles and bones had healed, the wound still existed. Such a fatal wound would have killed an ordinary person long ago. She was only barely clinging to life thanks to the formidable physical attributes of a LV-4 adventurer and her long-term healing magic. What reassured Luca was that the three of them exuded the vibrant flame of life, a stark contrast to Althea's half-dead state, which he had previously encountered, as she had stuffed dead souls into her body. They are truly alive. Are you here? Luca sheathed her wooden sword and asked the question that had been bothering her. He remembered clearly that the guild records explicitly stated that Astrea Familia had been completely wiped out 5 years ago. Seeing Luca's concerned expression, with no malice or wariness in his deep blue eyes, only curiosity, Elise relaxed. She walked to a dead tree nearby, sat down, dusted off the dust around her, and gestured for Luca to sit down as well. Actually, even we ourselves find it incredible. Elise looked up at the gray sky, her tone carrying a sense of relief after experiencing life and death. 5 years ago in that explosion, we should have certainly died. It was Althea who saved us. Luca was slightly taken aback. He had seen the white-haired woman, who had made a contract with Erebus on the 18th floor. Elise smiled bitterly, pointing to Kaguya's prosthetic limbs, then to Lyra's eye patch, and finally gently pressing the old wound on her abdomen. Although the price was heavy, Kagaya lost her hands, Lyra lost her eyes, and I have a big hole in my stomach, but as long as we are alive, what does this price matter? She looked up at the gray sky, her eyes filled with deep complexity. It's really ironic when you think about it. 7 years ago, we were the ones who defeated her with our own hands, watching her jump off the fire. I'll never forget that scene for the rest of my life. 5 years later, it turned out that she was the one who saved several of our enemies who should have died. It seems that her villainous, world-hating demeanor back then was all an act after all. Elise withdrew her gaze, turned to look at Luca, and suddenly asked, by the way, bro. Since you're Radiant Star, you should know Ryu, right? She didn't even ask Luca if she knew Lu well. In her opinion, the purple-haired boy in front of her exuded a reassuring attraction, a kind of innate charm that could attract others. Elise herself couldn't explain why, but the moment she saw him, she felt that this person was trustworthy. How has she been lately? Is she still blaming herself for that incident? Upon hearing this question, Kagaya and Lyra, who had been bickering in the back, instantly fell silent. The two stopped their playful fighting, pricked up their ears, and waited nervously for Luca's answer. Miss Leon is doing well, Luca replied with a smile. She works at the Hostess of Fertility, and the proprietress and her colleagues take good care of her. It's just. He paused, his tone softening slightly, she has always missed you all. For the past 5 years, she has lived with deep self-blame, feeling that she failed to protect her companions, and that she doesn't deserve to live. Upon hearing this, Elise's eyes instantly reddened. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found the words stuck in her throat, and could only let out a choked sob. Kagaya silently turned her head, her calm eyes glistening with tears. Layla, who was blind, bit her lip tightly. Really want to see her too. Elise's voice was choked with emotion as she shook her head forcefully, as if trying to suppress the surging emotions. But that won't do. We made a pact with a certain god, and we absolutely cannot appear in the public eye before the appointed day arrives. That's the price we're allowed to live. Is it Erebus? Luca uttered a name. Elise's eyes widened in shock. The tear tracks on her face hadn't dried yet, but her expression had changed from sadness to pure surprise. How did you even know this? This is an extremely confidential matter. I've seen him. Luca didn't elaborate. On the 18th floor. Elise stared blankly at Luca for a long while, then shook her head, and let out a helpless bitter laugh. You're becoming more and more unpredictable. Just then, Lyra suddenly groped her way over. She had no eyes, but she turned her face toward Luca. Radiant Star. Lyra's voice was a little hesitant, even carrying a rare hint of shyness. The little girl who had just dared to say, knock him out, now sounded like a little girl about to confess her feelings, her voice filled with obvious unease. You and Fintimna are from the same familia, right? Lyra took a deep breath. Lord Hero, how has he been lately? Is he still the commander? Has he been eating properly? Has he been staying up all night working on official business? She asked several questions in quick succession, then paused, her voice becoming even softer. For the past 5 years, I haven't been able to write him any more love letters. Does he miss me? Her voice trembled as she spoke the last few words. The surroundings became quiet. Elise and Kagaya both watched Lyra silently, their eyes filled with heartache. They all knew that although Lyra had no eyes, her heart was always with that petite yet powerful human leader. 5 years ago, the love letters she secretly slipped into his mailbox, the little gifts she gave him under various pretexts, but dared not sign, and the days when she pretended to be nonchalant in front of him but secretly blushed behind his back, these were all her most precious memories. Looking at the pink-haired little girl who had lost her eyes for her companions, Luca saw a mixture of expectation and unease on her face, which reminded him of many people. Finn has always missed you, Miss Layla, Luca replied. He not only knows it was from you, but he still cherishes the dress you sent him anonymously and never dares to get it dirty. He would occasionally take it out on his days off and hang it in the sun to air it out, then look at it for a while before putting it back. Before each expedition, he would fold it up and put it by his bedside. Upon hearing this answer, Layla first grinned, her heart, which had been hanging in suspense due to nervousness, finally finding a warm place to settle down. But soon, that smile turned somewhat lost and bitter. She lowered her head, reached out and touched the black blindfold on her face, her fingertips gently brushing against the fabric that covered her eyes. I'm blind now. And I have to wait until that appointed day, which may never come. Her voice trailed off. By that day, will Lord Hero have someone else he loves? She looked up, forcing a smile that was more like a grimace than a tear. I know, there are tons of girls in Rio who like him. And Lord Hero has always dreamed of reviving the dwarf race. What if? Seeing Lyra's anxious and uncertain appearance, who was just worried about the safety of the world but was now as troubled as a little girl, Elise and Kagaya felt sorry for her, and went over to hug her gently. Just then, the two-legged wyvern in midair finally landed. Hermes and goddess Artemis jumped off the dragon's back. When Hermes saw the three girls who should have been dead, his usually frivolous smile froze instantly. He stood there stunned, his expression a complex mix of emotions, from shock to confusion, from confusion to sudden realization, and finally to a bitter bitterness. His lips moved silently, uttering two words, Erebus. All right, there'll be plenty of time to catch up later. Elise wiped her eyes, regaining her energetic demeanor. She dusted off her clothes and waved to Luca and the others. Since you've also come for this ruin, come with us. The Hermes Familia have successfully established a forward camp. We'll take you there. Led by Elise, the group walked through the gray-white forest toward the edge of the ruins. Beneath my feet lay cracked earth, above me a gray sky, and only the outline of the distant ruins was faintly visible in the dim light. Chapter 51. Dancing together. Led by Elise and the others, the group traversed the gray-white forest and soon arrived at the frontline camp established by Hermes Familia. The campsite was located in a relatively open clearing in the woods, surrounded by a simple fence made of sharpened wooden stakes. Several tents were scattered among them, and the light of the campfire flickered in the twilight, illuminating tired but vigilant faces. Just as they arrived at the camp entrance, a figure rushed out aggressively. Lord Hermes. Asphi completely disregarded the dignity of the supreme god, and began to reprimand Hermes, pointing his finger at her nose. Her voice echoed through the empty woodland, you've brought your clan to a dangerous place again. She took a deep breath, her voice rising another octave, you just vanished without a word, without even a guard. Do you know how tense the situation is? Those monsters could break through the defenses at any moment. What will we do if something happens to you? Hermes, who was being scolded like a grandson, could only smile apologetically and dared not utter a word in rebuttal. He shrank his neck, put his hands together, and wore a fawning smile on his face, making vague responses such as yes, 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 and sorry, sorry. The Hermes Familia members around them all turned their heads away, pretending to be busy with their own things, not daring to provoke Asphi. After venting his anger, Asphi turned his head away. She first bowed respectfully to goddess Artemis, then nodded to Elise and the others as a greeting. Finally, her gaze fell on Luca, who was standing at the very back. Upon seeing that face, Asphi's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he let out a long sigh of relief. That's great. Now that the reinforcements are from Radiant Star, I can rest assured. Asphi pushed up his glasses and said with some lingering fear, to be honest, although we had the sudden support of Miss Elise, and the other two, the number and strength of the monsters on the outer perimeter were just too outrageous. We've been fighting almost every day for the past few days, and the rate at which we're replenishing our supplies is far exceeding our expectations. The number of wounded is also constantly increasing, and I'm almost at my breaking point. I'm about to order a full evacuation. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Asphi. Luca nodded, his gaze sweeping over the Hermes Familia members resting in the camp, many of whom had bandages wrapped around their bodies. Afterwards, Asphi led the group to the main tent in the center of the camp. Inside the tent was an exquisite map marked with various symbols. This forest has been constantly eroded by the power of Calamity Scorpion, Asfi said, pointing to the map as his fingertip slid from the outer edge of the forest toward the center. The vitality of the plants is being drained, the soil is turning to sand, and the water sources are drying up. For safety reasons, we have moved most of the villagers in the vicinity to a safe place. There are 3 villages in total, about 200 people, all of whom have been sent to the town to the east. She looked up and continued, thanks to Miss Elise and the others' reconnaissance, we have identified the path to the ruins. However, Asfi frowned, the interior of the ruins is blocked by a special door. We've tried every method we can think of, brute force, magical attacks, disarming traps, searching for mechanisms, but the door remains unmoved. You don't need to worry about that door for now, Hermes suddenly said. Goddess Artemis has a way to open it. You knew how to open the door, why didn't you tell me beforehand? Asfi yelled in frustration. We wasted a whole day figuring out that door. And 2 people got injured while trying to open it. Sorry, I forgot, Hermes said with an apologetic smile. After arranging the follow-up exploration plan, the meeting ended, and everyone dispersed to prepare. Luca didn't immediately return to his tent to rest. Instead, he turned slightly and walked towards an inconspicuous tent in the corner of the camp. He could clearly sense that the tent was filled with divine energy. Since Elise and the others are all here, the identity of this deity is already obvious. Luca walked outside the tent and gently knocked on the edge of the curtain. Please come in. A gentle female voice, capable of soothing all pain, came from inside. Luca lifted the curtain and went inside. The tent was simply furnished, but under the dim light, sat a goddess with a smile on her face, and a noble and beautiful demeanor. She had long, smooth chestnut hair that cascaded over her shoulders, a gentle face, and wore a simple white robe without any adornment, yet she possessed a reassuring aura. Nice to meet you, God Astrea. Luca bowed slightly, greeting the goddess who represented justice. Astrea nodded slightly, her gentle eyes carefully scrutinizing the purple-haired youth before her. Her gaze swept across his face, landing on his deep blue eyes, then on his posture, the rhythm of his breathing, and the indescribable aura emanating from him. As she watched, she was drawn to a certain pure quality, and unconsciously reached out to touch Luca's cheek. Luca took a half step back, dodging the goddess's hand, her eyes filled with doubt. Seeing Luca's slightly puzzled look, Astrea realized her lapse in composure, but she didn't panic or feel embarrassed. I'm sorry. Astrea withdrew her hand, apologetic smile on her face. I just wanted to do it instinctively. Your pure aura makes me feel close to you. Please forgive my abruptness. Then, with admiration in her voice, she said, this is the first time I've ever seen a child like you, full of pure kindness, and with a strong sense of justice. Astrea smiled slightly and teased, with your unique charm, I'm afraid none of the girls in my clan, like Elise, could resist your allure. Recalling Elise's earlier candid remark, I couldn't take my eyes off him, Luca smiled somewhat awkwardly, you flatter me. I was just doing what I was supposed to do. Astrea dropped his joking expression and stood up. She walked up to Luca, her gaze solemn and dignified, and took Luca's right hand in hers. To Luca's astonishment, the goddess of justice lowered her head slightly and gently pressed her soft lips to the back of Luca's hand. The touch was soft and warm, carrying a sacred aura. Although there's not much I can do in the face of the impending catastrophe, Astrea raised her head, her gentle eyes now filled with trust and expectation, I can still offer you a small blessing. She released Luca's hand and took a half step back, I believe in you. You will be able to resolve this perfectly, hero of the lower realm. I will do my best. Luca nodded solemnly. He could feel the lingering warmth on the back of his hand. It was a pure blessing without any conditions attached. Oh, right. Astrea smiled and pointed outside the tent, there's a natural spring deep in the camp. The girls are probably using it now. After they're done, take a good shower and get some rest. Luca thanked them and left the tent. However, just as he was about to go back to his tent to get a change of clothes, a hand suddenly reached out from the roadside bushes and pulled him away. "Come with me." Hermes hid in the bushes, his expression extremely serious, his eyes flashing with a familiar, malicious light that Luca recognized. He winked wildly at Luca and whispered, "I have something very important to discuss with you. It's a huge deal." Looking at Hermes' lewd expression, Luca had no doubt that this unscrupulous god was about to do something shady again. As expected, Hermes led Luca to a secluded clearing, far from the camp, surrounded by dense, dead trees, where moonlight filtered through the sparse canopy, casting dappled shadows. All the male members of Hermes' familia had already gathered densely in this open space. Some of them crouched behind bushes, some lay on the ground, and some hid behind trees, all holding their breath, and their eyes gleaming with high morale. Hermes climbed a large tree, suddenly spread his arms wide, and the moonlight outlined a solemn silhouette behind him. His expression was extremely solemn and dignified, as if he were about to lead a vast army to conquer the black dragon of the end. Hermes lowered his voice, but his highly inflammatory tone reached everyone's ears clearly. "We've crossed mountains and rivers, endured monster attacks and the fatigue of the journey, to reach this perilous forest. What is it all for?" He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the faces below, each one ignited with passion. "Is it for justice? Is it to save the delivery industry?" Hermes waved his hand, pointing towards the distant spring, his eyes burning with a fanatical flame. In that sacred spring, gently caressed by the moonlight, the purest and most beautiful flowers in the world are blooming right now. It is the supreme blessing and romance bestowed upon us men by the very origin of the world. He took a deep breath, his voice becoming even more impassioned. "That is the truth. That is a miracle. That is a magnificent sight worthy of our lives to defend and worship." Hermes' voice echoed in the night, "Even if there are mountains of knives and seas of fire ahead, even if we are blown to pieces by Asphi's gadgets, even if we are burned to ashes by Elisa's flames, for that one eternal glimpse, we will charge forward fearlessly." He drew his short sword sharply from his waist, raised it high to the sky, and the moonlight reflected off the blade with a dazzling light. "Men, charge with me, fight to the last moment. For romance and truth." Woohoo! Under Hermes' rousing speech, the men were completely brainwashed. With red eyes and clenched fists, they roared with deafening battle cries, transforming into a group of fearless death soldiers, preparing to launch a magnificent charge toward the spring that would go down in history. Well, looking at this group of hopeless individuals, Luca helplessly put his hand to his forehead and sighed deeply. The next second, Luca stomped her foot lightly. Centered on the withered tree where Hermes was, the soil within a radius of 100 meters instantly sank down like a swamp, and the hard ground instantly turned into quicksand and swamp. "Aya!" A series of terrified screams erupted as the death soldiers, who had just been chanting, "For romance," along with their spiritual leader Hermes standing in the tree, were all sucked into the ground by the sudden sinkhole. In the blink of an eye, the group of peeping tomcats were buried in the ground like radishes, with only a dozen or so heads sticking out of the ground. Hermes' head stood in the very center, his expression shifting from fervor to confusion, from confusion to despair, and from despair to sorrow. "You betrayed me again." His wails echoed in the night sky, startling several crows perched on withered branches. Luca completely ignored the wails and pleas for mercy coming from the radish patch behind him. He calculated the time. The women should have finished showering by now. Sure enough, when Luca walked back to the vicinity of the camp, he saw the women walking back from the direction of the spring, chatting and laughing. "The road ahead isn't in good condition, so be careful when you walk," Luca kindly reminded them. "Don't pay any attention to the carrots growing out of your feet." Asphi paused for a moment, looking ahead blankly. Then, by the moonlight, she could see the countless heads crammed into the open space. Her expression instantly sent chills down one's spine. "Lord Hermes." Asphi's voice was terrifyingly gentle. She slowly drew a short, glowing staff from her waist, then turned around and smiled at the girls behind her. "You guys go back first, I have something to take care of." Amidst the girls' bewildered gasps and subsequent giggles, Luca, carrying a change of clothes, headed alone to the spring. The clear spring water shimmered under the moonlight, its surface like a giant silver mirror, reflecting the bright moon and the starry sky overhead. Luca soaked comfortably in the spring water, feeling the warm water enveloping her body and washing away her fatigue and dust. He closed his eyes, savoring this moment of tranquility. Splash! Just then, a slight rustling came from the grass on the bank, and someone pushed through the bushes and came over. Luca opened her eyes and looked through the rising mist on the water. The figure of the person who came was exceptionally clear in the moonlight, and the long, azure hair swayed gently in the night breeze, like flowing moonlight. It is Goddess Artemis. She wore a pure white dress and stood in the moonlight, looking like a true moon goddess descending to earth, the moonlight outlining a silvery silhouette on her body. Goddess Artemis. Luca was somewhat surprised. Hermes told me that you were here alone, so I thought I'd come and chat with you, Goddess Artemis said softly. However, when she saw Luca soaking in the water through the mist, she was slightly startled, her cheeks instantly flushed, and she quickly turned away. Sorry. I didn't know you were taking a bath. Luca quickly got out of the water and put on the clothes she had left on the shore. It's okay, I'm all washed up. Luca walked to the shore, stood in the moonlight, and straightened her collar. He looked at the goddess who was still somewhat awkward, her back to him, and not daring to turn around, and said, Actually, you don't need to listen to Hermes's arrangements and deliberately create any opportunities for us to be alone together. Goddess Artemis's shoulders trembled slightly. Luca walked up to her and looked into her eyes. You just need to do what you want to do. As for the gun and the monster, leave everything to me. You don't have to force yourself to do anything you don't want to do. Goddess Artemis was taken aback when he heard Luca's words. A hint of surprise flashed in her sapphire-like eyes, followed by emotion, and finally transformed into an indescribable warmth. Looking up at Luca, a radiant smile bloomed on her beautiful face. You're really reliable, Luca. She stopped using the name Orion and called him by his real name. Goddess Artemis looked up at the bright moon in the night sky, its light casting a silvery glow on her pale blue hair. But right now, looking at this beautiful moonlight, there's something I really want to try. What is it? Luca asked, somewhat curious. Goddess Artemis turned to face him, the moonlight spreading out a silvery white canvas behind her. She lowered her head slightly and extended her right hand. I want to try dancing with you. Seeing Luca's somewhat surprised expression, Goddess Artemis blushed slightly, but she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she explained softly, when I was in the celestial realm, I always disliked men and never understood what emotions were. Those stories about love and being moved were just distant legends to me. But after I came to the mortal realm, the children in my clan always told me, love is a very happy thing. Her voice became softer. I never understood what they were talking about. I met you. Only then did I finally have a vague feeling. She looked at Luca and said, although I don't know what liking someone really means right now. I really want to dance with you. Faced with the goddess's sincere invitation, and seeing her outstretched hand in the moonlight, Luca no longer refused. He reached out and grasped that soft, slightly cool hand. The touch is like moonlight itself, light and ethereal. In the quiet forest under the bright moonlight, there was no music, only the rustling of leaves in the breeze and the crackling of a campfire in the distance. The purple-haired boy and the blue-haired goddess slowly began to dance in this secluded place. As they spun in the dance, Luca felt the weight in his arms. She was lighter than he had imagined, even possessing an ethereal quality, as if she could be blown away by the wind at any moment. Luca, do you know? Goddess Artemis murmured softly as she twirled in her dance, there's a legend in the heavens. It's said that if a god meets their destined one in the mortal realm, they can enjoy a love affair for a full 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Luca replied softly, that is a very long time for ordinary humans in the lower realms. Upon hearing this answer, Goddess Artemis remained silent. She pressed her cheek even closer to Luca's chest, listening intently to his steady, powerful heartbeat. The dance steps gradually slowed down, and the two twirled slowly to the silent melody. Moonlight shone on them, casting overlapping shadows on the ground. After a long while, as the dance was about to end, Goddess Artemis slightly raised her head, her eyes reflecting the moonlight and Luca's silhouette. Her lips moved slightly, letting out a sigh that was both satisfied and tinged with sorrow. It's so wonderful to have met you. Chapter 52. Entering the Hermes Familia camp on the outskirts of the ruins. Listen up. Apart from the guard squad, all other members of the clan must remain outside the ruins. Asfi reverted to her capable leader demeanor, standing in the center of the camp, her voice clear and decisive, pointing to several key locations marked on the map. Her tone left no room for argument. Your mission is to act as a feint, drawing out and clearing out the scorpion monsters emerging from the ruins while ensuring your own safety. Do not be greedy or reckless, and do not pursue them too deeply. Your goal is to relieve the pressure on the main force and buy them enough time. Yes, Commander. The members of Hermes Familia replied in unison. After arranging the outer defenses, Asfi turned around and looked at the guard team that was about to enter the ruins. Due to the special nature of this operation, the interior of the ruins was unknown and teeming with monsters, so the number of guards was reduced to the bare minimum. Besides Asfi himself, only Elise, Kagaya, and Lyra, 2 LV-4s and 1 LV-3, were responsible for escorting the two gods, Hermes and Goddess Artemis, to the depths of the ruins. Of course, there's also Luca, who is the absolute main force. If you don't mind, could I also join this team as a witness? A gentle voice suddenly broke the brief silence in the camp. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw the goddess Astrea walking towards them with a gentle smile on her face. While I may not be able to offer any practical help, I want to stand by my children's side as they witness all of this. She looked at Elise and the other two, then turned to Luca. Is that all right? Upon hearing the request from this goddess of justice, Asfi hesitated. As the leader of Hermes Familia, she was considering the actual combat strength and risk assessment. The interior of the ruins is unknown and dangerous. Bringing one more person means an increased risk of needing protection. And this person is a god. If something goes wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Asfi subconsciously turned his gaze towards Luca. Luca looked into Astrea's pleading eyes and nodded, okay. As long as you don't stray too far from me, I'll keep you safe. Astrea nodded slightly and thanked her softly. Thus, this special team, consisting of 3 gods, Hermes, Goddess Artemis, and Astrea, and for female adventurers Asfi, Elise, Kagaya, and Lyra along with Luca, officially stepped into the ancient ruins that exuded an aura of deathly silence. The passageway to the ruins is wide enough for 4 people to walk side by side. The stone walls on both sides are covered with traces of time, including weathered reliefs, peeling paint, and large areas of mucus-like marks that look as if they have been corroded by strong acid, all of which gleam under the eerie blue light of fluorescent moss. Walking in the middle of the group, Hermes leaned close to Luca's ear and whispered, "Hey, Luca. Don't let Astrea's gentle and kind appearance fool you. Back in the celestial realm, she was a renowned martial arts expert. She possesses formidable martial skills that make many gods avoid her in fear. So you don't need to worry about her safety at all, just focus on your duties." Before Hermes could finish speaking, Astrea, who was walking ahead, suddenly turned around. She maintained that dignified and gentle smile, and even her eyes did not change at all. But her extremely kind smile made Hermes feel a chill run from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. Talking about a lady behind her back is not a good habit. Ha ha ha, the weather is really nice today. Hermes abruptly changed the subject, immediately shut his mouth, shrank back into the group, and dared not say another word. Luca watched this scene, her lips twitching slightly, but she remained silent. His gaze returned to the dark passage ahead. Deep within the ruins, a vast, malevolent magical force pulsed slowly, like the heartbeat of some colossal being, echoing through the ancient ruins. Led by Asfi, the group followed the route they had scouted beforehand, passing through several side paths and bypassing several collapsed traps, and soon arrived at a huge stone gate deep inside the ruins. The stone gate was about 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. It was carved from a single piece of dark blue-green boulder, and its surface was covered with fine runes and patterns. At the very center of the stone gate is a clear carving of a bow, with vines and laurel branches entwined around its body. Below it is a simple quiver design, the emblem of the goddess Artemis clan. This is it. Goddess Artemis stepped forward, raised her hand, and gently placed her palm on the bow and arrow pattern. A trace of divine power leaked from her, activating the patterns on the stone gate. The carved lines began to emit a dazzling blue light, spreading outward from the center of the bow-shaped pattern and flowing along the intricate rune trails on the stone gate. With a heavy scraping sound, the stone door slowly opened to both sides. However, the scene behind the door made everyone gasp in shock. What came into view was not the magnificent hall that one would expect from an ancient ruin, nor any grand palace or solemn altar. Instead, there was a huge, suffocating maze made entirely of nauseating green flesh walls. These fleshy walls writhed slightly like living things, their surfaces covered with a thick, putrid slime. The walls were covered with thick veins, like dark blue blood vessels, which were still pulsating slowly. Every now and then, a huge egg would suddenly burst open on the surface of the fleshy wall, accompanied by a disgusting sound of splattering slime. One after another, scorpion monsters dripping with venom would crawl out of the egg. As soon as they were born, they would let out a piercing roar, brandishing their sharp pincers and dripping venomous stingers, and frantically rush towards the group. Form ranks. Protect the divine being. Elise shouted, and her longsword instantly burst into brilliant flames. She stepped forward, her sword sweeping across, slicing the first few scorpions that pounced at her in two. Kagaya and Lyra moved at the same time. Kagaya's longsword drew a cold arc in the dim light, precisely slicing through the gaps in the monster's carapace. Although Lyra had lost her eyes, her hearing and perception had become extremely sharp in the past 5 years of honing her skills. She ducked to dodge the sting of a scorpion, and with a backhand flick of her short blade, she pierced its head through its jaw. Asfi stood behind the 3 warriors, his magical artifacts constantly firing precise beams to help clear out any stragglers trying to flank him. Hermes was also helping, but he was mostly avoiding the situation, while Goddess Artemis was clearly not in a good state. She had her head down, biting her lip, struggling with some kind of emotion inside her. Luca stood in the center of the group, not in a hurry to make a move. His gaze passed over the surging monsters, pierced through layers of flesh walls, and fell into the deepest part of the maze. There a vast, malevolent magical power throbbed like a heart, while the divine spear at his waist trembled slightly, as if responding to some kind of summons. At the same time, Rio, thousands of miles away, is not at peace. Loki Familia's Twilight Manor, inside the leader's office. Are you kidding me? Loki slammed his hands heavily on Finn's desk, making the documents on it bounce. I am the esteemed goddess of Loki Familia. I have followed the guild's orders without making a single mistake over the years, and have made numerous contributions. Why can't I leave the city? Today she applied to the guild to go to the harbor town of Melon, which was a perfectly normal procedure that she had never encountered any obstacles in the past. As a result, those bastards rejected her application without any mercy, without even giving a decent reason. What the hell is Aurena's up to? Loki growled through gritted teeth. Has that old man lost his mind? Finn sat in the chair, his brow slightly furrowed. The guild's sudden tightening of controls on the departure of the main god and high-level adventurers from the city is indeed very unusual. Although the guild has always had such regulations, they are usually just a formality, and rarely are applications from the main deity of the clan rejected. This time, not only Loki, but also Freya, according to his understanding, had their applications rejected. This can only mean one thing: the guild's higher-ups, or Aurenas himself, are taking precautions against some kind of unforeseen situation. He didn't want to leave key combat forces outside of Ora Rio at crucial moments. Just as Finn was about to speak to comfort Loki, bang. The office door was flung open, and Raoul rushed in, covered in sweat. Guildmaster. Lord Loki. No, something terrible has happened. Raoul managed to squeeze out a sentence. The guild has just issued an emergency summons to all familias in Ora Rio. All familia members and the main deity are required to proceed to Babel immediately. An emergency call. Finn stood up. Calm down, Raoul. Tell me what happened. Which floor is experiencing problems, or have new monsters appeared? Dungeon, the monsters in dungeon have rioted. Raoul swallowed hard. The monsters from the upper, middle, and even lower levels are charging towards the surface in hordes, like madmen. The adventurers on defense are almost overwhelmed. The guild says dungeon might be about to erupt. Finn and Loki both fell silent. When the monsters deep within the labyrinth break through all the barriers and surge towards the surface like a tidal wave, the entire Ora Rio will face annihilation. Finn's voice remained calm. Immediately notify Riveria, Gareth, and all officers to enter the highest level of combat readiness. All leave is cancelled, all expedition plans are suspended, and everyone is on standby. Raoul replied, then turned and rushed out. Finn turned to look at Loki, his gaze grave. Loki, what about the guild? Let's go there ourselves. Loki squinted. She abandoned her usual frivolity and irritability, replacing them with deep contemplation. The dungeon riots, coupled with the fact that we're not allowed to leave the city. Our Aenas must be hiding something important from us. She turned and strode out of the office. Irsuosi ruins. With Elise and the others providing cover and Luca clearing the way, Luca had already torn a path ahead. The seemingly indestructible green flesh wall was as fragile as paper in the face of his sword light. The group finally made it through the nauseating maze of fleshy walls, and arrived at a vast circular plaza deep within the ruins. When everyone saw the scene in the center of the square, their breaths stopped for a moment. In the center of this enormous circular plaza stands a massive white stone platform, its sides carved with ancient runes and patterns, emitting a faint glow. Perched on the round platform was a massive, purplish-black scorpion, as large as a mountain. Its carapace was a deep purplish-black color, exuding a suffocating and terrifying aura, making Elise and the others feel as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests. What's even more chilling is that countless thick tentacles extend from its hard shell. The tentacles, like blood vessels, burrowed deep into the surrounding green fleshy walls, writhing incessantly. Eggs, each encasing a scorpion monster, hung like fruits at the ends of the vines, gradually maturing with each throbbing, then bursting open to release newborn monsters. This is the very monster that was sealed away by the great immortals of ancient times, the Calamity Scorpion. Sensing the arrival of the group, Antares' massive body slowly shifted. Its single eye slowly turned and turned, finally locking onto the purple-haired boy standing at the front of the group, and the divine spear at his waist that emitted a blue light. Then, its gaze fell upon Goddess Artemis. When Antares saw Goddess Artemis's face, as if mocking him, a crack slowly appeared in the center of his back, which was covered by thick armor. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding scraping sound of carapace, half a torso was slowly revealed to everyone's view. It was a huge, translucent magic stone, as big as a millstone, emitting a dazzling light, and at the very center of the magic stone was a woman with her eyes closed. She wore the same white hunting outfit as Goddess Artemis, her long, azure hair cascading down her sides like a waterfall, her face serene, as if she were simply asleep. Even the pure, untainted aura she exuded was exactly the same as that of Goddess Artemis. What on earth is going on? Asphi looked incredulously at Goddess Artemis beside him, then at the woman sealed inside the magic stone. Are there two Goddess Artemis? Goddess Artemis did not answer, she simply bit her lip so hard that it almost bled. In the center of the square, Antares' gaze swept back and forth between the two, Goddess Artemis, before locking onto the blue-glowing spear in Luca's hand. It sensed the approach of death and instinctively felt fear. Then, Fear transformed into a violent hatred. Antares let out a terrifying roar that ripped through eardrums, filled with boundless killing intent and rage. The tangible sound waves spread outwards like a shockwave, causing the entire ruin to tremble and rubble to fall from the dome. Immediately afterwards its massive body erupted with a terrifying power that even the heavens and earth changed color, spreading wildly outwards from its center and causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the ground of the entire plaza. Countless enormous arrows of light instantly coalesced atop the towering dome of the ruins. These arrows of light, like a torrential downpour, poured down towards the group's location with earth-shattering power. The moment the arrows rained down, the entire ruins trembled. The aftershocks of this attack alone caused the solid mountain surrounding the ruins to collapse like tofu. The earth cracked open with bottomless fissures, and the gray-white, lifeless forest, spanning several miles in radius, was instantly reduced to ashes by terrifying light and heat. Dead trees vaporized in an instant, and the soil turned into a charred, glassy substance. The entire forest was completely erased from the map. The entire guard squad was rendered immobile by the terrifying power. Alisa's hand gripping her sword trembled, Kagaya gritted her teeth to keep from kneeling, and Lyra, though blind, could feel the oppressive force that sent shivers down her spine. Asphai's magical artifacts were frantically alarming. Only one person stepped forward in that devastating rain of light. Luca raised his head, looking at the rain of arrows of light pouring down from the sky, at the Calamity Scorpion radiating immense pressure, and pressed down on the divine spear that was trembling violently at his waist. Chapter 53 Luca's choice. What should have been a clear, sunny day was now shrouded in an eerie darkness. What is that? On the streets, countless citizens and adventurers pointed to the sky in terror. In the very center of the sky, a strange moon appeared, like a giant bow and arrow, coldly aiming at the entire world. Cut. Loki, standing in front of the guild building, narrowed his eyes slightly. She recognized it. It was the divine power of goddess Artemis, a forbidden technique known by the gods as the Smite of God. Once fully formed, this force will be enough to wipe out the entire surface of the earth. She pushed open the guild door with a blank expression. Several high-ranking guild guards who tried to stop him had no chance to speak before their legs buckled, and they collapsed to their knees under the oppressive divine power that instantly erupted from Loki, making it extremely difficult for them to breathe. They stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with fear, at the red-haired goddess who was usually all smiles, now radiating a chilling malice. Ignoring everyone, Loki walked straight through the hall and down the stairs. She violently kicked open the door to the secret chamber at the very bottom of the guild, known as the prayer chamber. In the dim firelight, Auranes, who sat like a statue on his throne, slowly opened his eyes. What are you hiding from me? Loki strode up to the throne and coldly questioned. Now even goddess Artemis is outside casting smite with his bow and arrow, and nobody cares. That moon is hanging in the sky, visible throughout the entire Aura Rio. And where did you send my child Luca on that mission, you old man? Loki slammed his hand on the armrest of the throne, his voice filled with undisguised killing intent. I've been holding back for a long time. As part of the rules of the game, I can turn a blind eye to the underhanded tricks you pull behind the scenes. But her voice suddenly rose. You have dragged my children into these life-threatening situations time and time again. I haven't even settled the score with you for what happened to Ace Wallenstein on the 24th floor. Loki stared intently at Auranes, his crimson eyes burning with undisguised threat. You want to start a war of the gods? Then I'll start. I'll be the first to tear down your prayer chapel. Despite Loki's undisguised threat, Auranes showed no sign of panic. He gazed at Loki silently for a moment before slowly speaking. Loki, given all the trouble you've caused in the celestial realm, do you think anyone in this mortal realm would truly give you their complete trust? Upon hearing this question, Loki's brows furrowed sharply. Seeing Loki's increasingly hostile expression, Auranes sighed softly, his tone softening slightly. I have no ill will toward your children. On the contrary, I like those lower world children who changed your behavior. Stop beating around the bush. Just say what you want to say. Loki interrupted him impatiently. It was Luca's own choice, Auranes said calmly. That child chose to save Goddess Artemis. I didn't force him, and the guild didn't issue any mandatory orders. He pulled out that divine spear, he learned the truth, and then he made his own choice. Loki was stunned upon hearing this. She recalled Luca's usual gentle demeanor. She knew that in crucial moments, the boy possessed a decisiveness and stubbornness that was beyond the reach of ordinary people. If it was a decision he made himself, even the gods could not stop him. The terrifying divine power and killing intent emanating from Loki instantly collapsed like a deflated balloon. What a worrisome idiot. Loki scratched his red hair in annoyance. Her tone was filled with helplessness, yet also with a complex emotion that was hard to describe. She turned away from Auranes and coldly uttered, "There won't be a next time, old man. If that kid loses a single hair, I'll tear the netherworld apart." After saying that, Loki strode away from the prayer room, his footsteps fading into the distance in the corridor. How terrifying, Loki the evil god. Fells emerged from the darkness. I couldn't even move a finger just now. The child from the lower realm changed her. Auranes closed his eyes. But even if a madman restrains himself, he is still a madman. At this moment, the entrance to dungeon below Babel has become a bloody and chaotic battlefield. With a deafening roar, thousands upon thousands of monsters surged forth from the entrance of dungeon like a black tide. The monsters huddled together, trampling and biting each other, yet they still charged forward relentlessly. Orcs, minotaurs, hellhounds, harpies, and even many rare monsters that should only appear in the deepest levels, and that most high-level adventurers have never seen before, all seem to have lost their minds, their eyes bloodshot, launching suicidal charges toward the surface. The vanguard must not retreat even a single step. If they break through the defenses, the entire civilian population of Aureria will be doomed. Finn stood atop a tall stone pillar, surveying the entire battlefield from above, quickly scanning every corner, and constantly adjusting the defensive lines. Under his command, Loki Familia was like a sophisticated meat grinder. The forwards stood firm against the monster's onslaught like an iron wall, the center-backs cut through the gaps to finish them off, and the defenders' magic rained down on the monsters. Ha 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 ha. Well done. The Amazon sisters Tiona and Tioni transformed into two raging whirlwinds, stirring up waves of blood and gore among the monsters. With each swing of Tiona's Urga II, swathes of monsters were cut in half, while Tioni's twin blades precisely reaped every single one that tried to break through the defenses. Gareth wielded his massive battle axe, each strike turning a dozen monsters into mincemeat. His dwarven tenacity and strength were on full display. Meanwhile, in the rear, the magic of Riveria, Lethia, and other mages exploded amidst the monster horde. However, there were simply too many monsters, wave after wave, and they were endless. The vanguard's defensive line had begun to crack, everyone's breathing became rapid, and their arms began to ache from the continuous fighting. Just as Loki Familia's vanguard defenses were about to be crushed by the weight of the monster's dash, boom. A colossal mutated monster, even taller than the city wall, suddenly burst out of the passage. Its massive body shattered the stone wall at the entrance, creating a deafening roar. It wielded a massive stone pillar, letting out a deafening roar, and slammed it down on Loki Familia's forward. The moment the stone pillar fell, even the air itself was compressed into a sharp, explosive sound. Not good. Finn's expression changed, and he was about to send Ace Wallenstein to provide backup dash, whoosh. A massive, jet-black sword light descended from mid-air with overwhelming force. The arrogant, colossal monster didn't even have time to scream, before it was smoothly cleaved in two from head to toe by the jet-black sword light. The two enormous halves of the corpse collapsed with a loud thud, crashing onto the ground with a dull thud. Black blood gushed out like a waterfall, staining the ground a shocking dark color. Amidst a rain of blood, Otter, the pigman wielding a black greatsword, crashed to the ground. His feet slammed into the ground, creating two deep craters. The shockwave spread outwards, sending several nearby monsters flying. Finn stared at the newcomer in shock. We cannot allow monsters to defile Lady Freya's soil. Otter's voice was deep and thunderous, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He slashed horizontally with his black greatsword, cutting the onrushing horde of monsters in half. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of adventurers dressed in black uniforms, exuding a terrifying killing intent, charged into the battlefield from all sides of the square. The chariot of the goddess Allen. The White Witch's wand Hadeen. Seeing these familiar faces, everyone at Loki Familia breathed a sigh of relief. The adventurers, clad in black uniforms, plunged into the horde of monsters, forming a perfect pincer movement with Loki Familia's warriors. TCH, who needs your help? Bert kicked a monster's head and smashed it, cursing at Alan, who was not far away. Shut up, you stupid wolves. If it weren't for Lady Freya's orders, I wouldn't care whether you live or die. Alan sneered, and the spear in his hand transformed into a silver light, instantly piercing through the heads of more than a dozen monsters. At this moment, the two strongest familias standing at the pinnacle of Rio stood side by side, a rare occurrence, to protect their shared city. Ace Wallenstein. Finn seized the opportunity and shouted, "Follow Otter and charge straight into the tunnel. Block the source of the monsters inside dungeon." Ace Wallenstein's figure flashed like a golden lightning bolt, cutting through the dense horde of monsters, and under the cover of Otter's massive black greatsword, hurtling straight towards the entrance to Dungeon's passage. Under the overwhelming combined attack of the two major clans, the monster tide, which was originally as unstoppable as a tsunami, was finally brought to a halt. Although the number of monsters was still enormous, the devastating impact had disappeared, and the defensive line began to stabilize gradually. Deep within Irsuosi ruins, the devastating torrent of light, powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, finally dissipated. The rain of arrows of light, which had been pouring down from the sky for a long but short time, stopped as Antares' magic entered a brief intermission. The ruins were filled with thick smoke and the smell of burning, and the air was thick with the lingering heat of the fire. "Is everyone all right?" Elise crawled out of the ashes, not even bothering to wipe the dust off her face, and anxiously looked around. "It's all right." Kagaya, Layla, and the others also poked their heads out from behind their cover. Although they looked frightening with their dusty and dirty appearance, even their clothes weren't torn. Asfi pushed up his slightly crooked glasses, his usually calm eyes now burning with rage. She whirled around, shouting angrily at Hermes, "Lord Hermes! What on earth is going on? Why would a god be devoured by a monster? Why can a monster wield divine power? How many things are you still hiding from us?" Hermes stood to one side, his feathered hat blown off by the shockwave. He smiled bitterly, speechless. Just then, the smoke and dust that had been obscuring the square were finally blown away by the wind, revealing the scene in the center of the square. When everyone saw it clearly, they were all stunned. Just moments ago, Calamity Scorpion, Antares, was unleashing a devastating rain of light arrows, radiating an invincible and terrifying aura, and possessing a massive, mountain-like size. Now, he was lying on the ground in a sorry state. Its thick, long legs, which supported its massive body, were smoothly and neatly severed at the root in that brief moment. The cuts on those limbs were as smooth as a mirror, and you could even see the white bone and flowing green blood inside, but the marks were regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye, and new limbs were growing back. Directly in front of Antares, Luca stood quietly, holding the broken wooden sword. "It's no use." A sorrowful voice came from behind them. Goddess Artemis bowed her head, her eyes filled with tears. Her voice trembled. "It possesses divine power, its regenerative abilities are incredibly strong, you can't kill it. As long as the magic stone inside it still exists, that magic stone will continue to absorb my divine power, and it will regenerate infinitely." She raised her head, looking at Luca's back, her clear eyes filled with sorrow and determination. "Only with the divine spear in your hand can I be completely pierced through the magic stone. Only by killing me along with it can this monster be destroyed. This is the only thing I can do for you, Luca." "I'm sorry, Luca." Hermes also lowered his head, his voice so hoarse it was almost inaudible. "This is the whole truth behind this commission. From the beginning, it was a doomed ending. I'm sorry to make you bear this burden. I know it's unfair to you, but it's the only way. Are you kidding me? Asphi, who was standing nearby, suddenly interrupted Hermes in a fit of rage. You actually want a mortal from the lower realm to bear the consequences of killing a god? Her voice echoed through the ruins, trembling with disbelief. In this world where gods truly exist, people receive blessings from them, and are as close to them as family. The gods bestow strength upon mortals, guiding them forward and serving as their spiritual pillar. Although this monster devoured the goddess, and was about to use its divine power to destroy the earth, there was a reason for it. But if a human were to personally pierce the magic stone representing the gods, bearing the sin of killing a god, he would be subjected to the strange looks of the world and other gods for the rest of his life, and he would be completely rejected by this world. It's all right, Hermes murmured in a low voice, as if trying to convince himself of this. Even if gods die, they will be resurrected in the heavens by the origin of the world. So Luca will definitely be able to meet goddess Artemis again. Everything will be all right. But resurrection comes at a price, right? Luca's voice interrupted Hermes's self-comfort. He turned his head and calmly looked at Hermes's stiff face. God is still God. But when she awakens again in heaven, everything she experienced in this mortal realm, all the remembrance, including her feelings for us, will be completely washed away. She will start anew like a newborn, remembering nothing and having nothing left. He paused. If that's the case, will the god we meet again be the same one? Goddess Artemis who wants to dance with me. Hearing Luca's words, Hermes gave a bitter smile. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found that his throat felt blocked. He could no longer make excuses, because Luca knew everything. Things haven't reached the point where someone has to be sacrificed to make things right. Luca walked over to Asphi and gently patted the angry leader on the head. Thank you for speaking up for me, he said softly. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Luca handed the divine spear, which was considered their only hope, to the goddess Astrea standing to the side. Keep this safe for me. Luca glanced at Hermes. I don't trust them with this. Who knows if they might shoot me in the back. I will keep it safe. Astrea solemnly accepted the divine spear and nodded. A complex light flickered in her gentle eyes at that moment. Luca, are you insane? Hermes stared at him in shock. How could you have killed Antares without that gun? I've decided to resolve this in my own way. Luca looked up at the terrifying magic circle in the sky that was still gathering divine power, almost forming a crescent shape. The magic circle exuded a suffocating pressure, threatening to destroy the world at any moment. Since this monster is maintaining itself by drawing on the divine power of goddess Artemis, then it's quite simple. If we completely exhaust the divine power, we can rescue her from the magic stone unharmed. In the sky, the magic circle carrying divine power emitted an aura of destruction, causing the entire ruins to tremble slightly. Hermes opened his mouth as if to say something, but looking into Luca's determined eyes, he swallowed his words of dissuasion. This was the worst guidance he had received since descending to the mortal realm, and he was in no mood to continue his sophistry. Just then, Antares let out a furious roar, and his severed leg instantly healed, with flesh and carapace regrowth at a visible speed. Feeling the humiliation of being slighted, its massive, mountain-like body, carrying a terrifying aura that could crush everything, madly charged towards Luca. With each step, the entire ruins trembled violently. Luca's figure flickered slightly in place. When he reappeared, he was already above Antares' enormous head. Luca delivered a simple and brutal kick, slamming it hard into Antares' massive monocular eye. With a tooth-grinding cracking sound and a muffled thud of flesh exploding, the single eye was kicked out. Dark purple blood and clear eye fluid gushed out like a fountain, filling the air with a pungent blood mist. Antares' massive, mountain-like body was sent flying through the air by the terrifying force of the kick. An indescribable force sent the Calamity Scorpion flying backward, across the entire plaza, and crashing heavily into the rock wall at the edge. At that moment, the entire ruins shook violently. A huge crater was smashed into the rock wall, and cracks spread outwards like a spider web. Gravel fell from the dome. It was as if the entire ruins could collapse at any moment. Amidst the ruins, the Calamity Scorpion, utterly enraged, roared even more frantically and hysterically. Its blasted eye was healing at a visible speed, but the fury of humiliation would not subside. Luca landed back on the ground, her gaze calmly fixed on the enormous creature struggling to rise from the ruins. He beckoned with his finger. Chapter 50 For the power of the moon goddess, so powerful. Elise and the others stared in shock at Luca in the center of the square, their voices trembling uncontrollably. Calamity Scorpion, which had devoured the gods, was easily kicked around like a ball in front of Luca. This pure suppression of power, this nonchalant attitude, has completely exceeded their understanding of the concept of adventurer. Don't get too excited. Hermes gripped the brim of his hat tightly, the wind making it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. Antares, it hasn't even gotten serious yet. What happened just now was merely a warm-up for it. As if to confirm Hermes's words, roar. Amidst the ruins, Antares suddenly rolled over and stood up, its massive, mountain-like body supporting itself amidst the rubble, as stones and dust cascaded down its shell. Its compound eyes, which had been shattered by the kick, were instantly restored to their original state under the nourishment of divine power. Then the chest cavity, covered by a thick carapace, opened up to the left and right like two doors, revealing the magic stone that sealed goddess Artemis inside. Buzzing. The air within a radius of dozens of miles seemed to have been instantly sucked away by an invisible giant hand. Terrifying magic power gathered wildly in front of the magic stone, its light growing brighter and more dazzling, radiating a destructive divine might that made even the soul tremble. The air began to distort, the ground began to crack, and even the distant mountains trembled slightly. The next second, a beam of light, several times thicker than before and carrying destructive divine power capable of reducing everything to nothingness, shot out with a deafening roar. But it did not shoot at Luca. The beam of light drew an arc in midair and hurtled towards the location of Asphi, Elise, and Hermes with overwhelming force. Wherever the beam of light passed, the hard rocky ground was instantly vaporized, leaving behind a bottomless, pitch-black lava ravine. Asphi's expression changed drastically. The despair of being locked in by divine power made her legs feel like they were filled with lead, making it impossible for her to even lift them, let alone dodge. Elise and Kagaya were also frozen in place, their bodies completely out of control due to the overwhelming power of Kamui. Whoosh! Just before the pillar of light was about to engulf everyone, Luca appeared in front of them without warning. With his back to Asphi and the others, he gripped the broken wooden sword in his hand and then swung it. A violent cyan wind blade erupted from the wooden sword, slashing out to meet the earth-shattering pillar of light. Sizzle! The beam of light, powerful enough to vaporize mountains and erase the entire ruins from the map, was torn apart from the very center by azure wind blades. The beam of light was neatly split in two, becoming two separate streams that grazed past Luca's sides. With a deafening roar, the two torn beams of light slammed into the two mountain peaks behind Luca. The two towering peaks, hundreds of meters high, were flattened the moment they came into contact with the beams of light. Rock fragments and lava rained down like a meteor shower, illuminating the entire night sky. The entire great forest seemed to be facing the end of the world. Luca slightly raised her head and glanced at the huge crescent-shaped magic circle in the sky. He keenly noticed that after Antares unleashed this attack, the light of the crescent moon in the sky dimmed slightly. It seems my guess was right. A smile appeared on Luca's lips. In that case, let's make a big splash. A bewitching red lotus flame suddenly ignited on the wooden sword in Luca's hand. The flames were a deep, lotus-red color, like congealed blood, radiating a suffocating heat. The surrounding air was instantly dried up, the ground began to crack and dry, and even the dead trees in the distance began to spontaneously combust. Luca suddenly swung his sword. A red sword light, several times larger than Antares's body, carrying an overbearing power capable of incinerating everything, swept past the monster's body without any hindrance. Antares's massive head, along with most of its body, was smoothly sliced off by the Crimson Lotus sword light. The sword light continued its relentless advance, slicing across the land behind Antares as easily as cutting through tofu. A fiery canyon, thousands of meters long and bottomless, was carved out of the hard ground. The edge of the canyon burned with an inextinguishable crimson flame, illuminating the entire land in a fiery red. The green, fleshy wall sizzled as it turned to ashes. Almost all the scorpion monsters turned to dust. Moreover, the terrifying crimson flames seemed to have a life of their own, instantly spreading to Antares' entire body, and beginning to burn its indestructible carapace wildly. Antares let out a shrill scream as its massive body rolled wildly on the ground, smashing countless ancient buildings and flattening large hills in an attempt to extinguish the flames on its body. However, the crimson flames were like a malignant infection clinging to the bone, impossible to extinguish. It clung firmly to the Antares' carapace, burning relentlessly and peeling away the seemingly impenetrable defense layer by layer. In excruciating pain, Antares was forced to frantically draw divine power from the magic stone to repair himself. Azure divine power surged into its body, and its severed head and body regenerated in a brief moment. The light of the crescent moon in the sky dimmed noticeably. Continue. Amidst the stunned and numb gazes of the crowd, Luca's figure flashed and appeared directly beneath Antares, who had just returned to normal. He raised his foot and kicked Antares hard in the stomach from below. Antares' massive, mountain-like body was kicked and sent flying thousands of meters into the air. The enormous reaction force caused the circular plaza beneath Luca's feet to collapse instantly, and the ground within a radius of 1,000 meters shattered inch by inch like a spider web before sinking downwards to form an unfathomably deep basin. Luca gripped the wooden sword tightly in her hand. A blue-green light, even more intense and dazzling than the previous Crimson Lotus fire, gathered wildly on the wooden sword. The light was deep and bright, as if all the starlight in the night sky had been concentrated into this one sword. The surrounding air began to hum, and the ground began to tremble violently, as if the whole world was shaking because of this sword strike. That is. Hermes stared blankly at the sky, his mind had completely stopped functioning. Luca swung her sword. It was a dazzling light, like a real sun, slowly rising from the horizon. At that moment, everyone in the world saw two moons appear in the sky at the same time, and a blue sun that suddenly rose and stole everyone's attention. Boom! The whole world was illuminated as if it were daytime in that instant. Extreme light and heat erupted in the air, and the shockwave swept across the entire sky, instantly evaporating all the clouds within a radius of 100 miles. After a brief moment of light, darkness returned, but that brief glimmer of light was deeply imprinted on everyone's retinas. It's so hot. Although Lyra had lost her sight, she could still clearly feel the intense heat, like sunlight, as if it were igniting her very soul. What kind of power is that? Is this the pinnacle of swordsmanship? Kagaya, a swordswoman, stared blankly at the sky, deeply shocked. She had dedicated her life to the art of swordsmanship and believed she had reached a considerable level of mastery, but at this moment, she finally realized that she hadn't even scratched the surface. Hermes was so shocked that he didn't even notice his feathered hat had fallen to the ground. He knew very well that if Antares hadn't been able to instinctively use its divine power for abnormal regeneration, it would have been completely annihilated by that attack. No monster could survive such an attack, not even the ultimate monsters of the three major commission levels. When Hermes looked up at the sky again, his expression became even more serious. The second moon disappeared. In the sky, the crescent moon formed by the magic circle, the smite that was prepared to destroy the world, had completely disappeared. This means that Antares has withdrawn the great magic he was preparing to use to destroy the world, and has gathered all his energy and all his divine power back. Calamity Scorpion is using all its strength to fight the man who poses an extreme threat to its life. You have to hold on. Hermes, who had initially disbelieved that human beings could accomplish this, couldn't help but silently pray in his heart. In midair, looking at Antares, a lump of rotten flesh that fell from the sky, but was restored to its original state as if time had reversed under the protection of divine power, Luca couldn't help but say, if you're so tough, you might as well not call yourself Calamity Scorpion, but Calamity Turtle. As the moon disappeared from the sky, Antares' enormous body mysteriously shrank by 2/3. Instead, the magic stone on its back, which sealed Goddess Artemis, suddenly increased in size by 2/3 and emitted an even more dazzling light. A massive projection of a bow, exuding a sacred aura, with an ancient and solemn design, its bow body shimmering with azure moonlight, and its arrowheads brimming with destructive divine power capable of piercing through anything, rapidly materialized in front of the magic stone. The massive arrowhead locked firmly onto Luca in midair. Hermes' heart skipped a beat when he saw this. This is a fatal blow that compresses most of the remaining divine power to its limit. Antares seems to have no intention of holding back any power, and is willing to gamble everything on this one arrow. At this critical moment the soft moonlight shone on Luca, who was suspended in the air. Goddess Artemis, who was on the ground, was slightly taken aback when he saw this. She then took a step forward, her figure appearing high in the sky, and plummeted towards Luca. Luca dodged slightly and pulled her into his arms with one hand. The moonlight and Luca's face were reflected in Goddess Artemis's eyes. She asked softly, "Orion, you can use the power of the moon goddess." Her voice was filled with surprise and an indescribable joy. Luca lowered her head, "Having spent so much time with you, and since you don't reject my scent, I've learned a little bit from you." "A little bit?" Goddess Artemis stared intently at him. To be able to channel the power of the moon goddess to this extent, it's not just a little bit. A radiant smile spread across her face. "This is wonderful. I can work with Orion to resolve this matter." The pale blue moonlight poured down from the night sky, draping the two of them like a tangible veil. The moonlight was gentle and pure, carrying a soothing power that enveloped the two in a sacred halo. Luca nodded and gripped the wooden sword in her hand. A pure, azure divine power belonging to the moon god, like a spring stream, flowed from Goddess Artemis's projection, following his guidance, and wrapped around the blade of the wooden sword. Below, the giant bow and arrow projection in front of Antares finally unleashed a fatal blow imbued with half the power of the moon god. The arrow, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, carried the power to destroy everything as it shot toward Luca. Luca swung his wooden sword, and the azure sword light collided fiercely with the terrifying divine power arrow in midair. The two divine forces of the same origin are frantically eroding and canceling each other out. The interplay of light and the collision of power created a massive, ever-expanding sphere of light in the air. The sphere of light flickered intermittently, its internal forces constantly clashing and annihilating. In the blinding light, the enormous arrow projection vanished. "That's great." Asphi and the others, who had been in despair, had their eyes light up with hope upon seeing this. They thought victory was just around the corner, that it was finally over. However, this hope lasted for less than a second. The magic stone in front of Antares flickered again, and the vanished arrow projection instantly reformed, aiming at Luca. As expected, it still won't work. The projection of Goddess Artemis looked at the condensed bow and arrow, its eyes filled with disappointment and sorrow. Its divine power has not been completely exhausted. "Orion, in the end, it still depends on you with that divine spear. Only in this way can all this end completely." "That's enough." Luca interrupted her. "You've already helped me consume half of its divine power. Leave the rest to me." "You have done enough, Goddess Artemis." Goddess Artemis was stunned. She looked into Luca's deep blue eyes, which held no fear, no hesitation, only absolute confidence. It was as if everything he was saying was already a predetermined ending. Goddess Artemis smiled slightly, then suddenly leaned forward and, to Luca's astonishment, gently placed a kiss on his cheek. It felt as soft as a feather, with a cool, moonlit touch, leaving a faint mark on his cheek. "Then I'll leave it to you, my hero." As these words were spoken, Goddess Artemis's projection transformed into countless blue dots of light, like fireflies dancing in the air. Luca touched her cheek, where the soft touch still lingered. He paused for a moment in midair, then spun around and fell steadily to the ground in front of Antares. He pointed lightly to the ground. The earth began to tremble violently, as if the earth itself was responding to his call. Two hands, made of hard rock and even larger than mountains, burst out of the ground. The gigantic hand was so large it blotted out the sky, each finger as thick as a tower, and with irresistible force, it gripped Antares' body tightly. Two giant hands came together, roughly pinning Antares' massive body to the ground, rendering it unable to move. Antares struggled frantically, but the giant hand remained unmoved. Luca slowly raised the wooden sword in her hand, the blade pointing straight at the sky. A calm, yet penetrating sound echoed through the night sky. I am a shining star, a child of light. A star that fell into the world, its dazzling light descending from the sky to the earth. Accompanied by this short yet powerful chant, a dazzling star suddenly shone in the once dark night sky, before everyone's shocked eyes. The star's light grew brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling, as if it were about to set the entire night sky ablaze. With a terrifying light that could destroy everything and crush all things, it descended from the sky without any hindrance. Boom! The falling star collided violently with the powerful arrow shot by Antares. But this time there was no stalemate. The star's brilliance crushed the divine arrow inch by inch in an absolute and overwhelming manner. The fatal blow, which contained all of Antares' remaining divine power, and all its magic as an ancient monster, shattered like fragile glass before the falling star. The star's speed did not decrease at all, and it slammed hard into Antares. The ultimate light. In the instant everyone closed their eyes, Antares' indestructible body, along with all the remaining divine power within it, was completely annihilated into the most primordial nothingness under the baptism of this light. The ground beneath its feet was vaporized by this force, creating a terrifying crater thousands of meters deep. The edges of the crater were a bright red, like lava, with hot magma constantly dripping down. When the light fades, the earth returned to a deathly stillness. The massive ruins, along with the surrounding mountains and forests, have all been completely erased from the map, leaving only a bottomless crater. In the center of the massive crater, only a magic stone, emitting a soft blue light, remained, enveloping the true form of Goddess Artemis. Chapter 55. How's my new hat? In the tranquil forest, the moonlight, like water, spilled onto a piece of land ravaged by battle yet still retaining a trace of life. The mountain peaks flattened by the beams of light, the scorched earth burned by the crimson flames, the terrain reshaped by the meteorite crater. All these traces silently tell the story of the epic battle that just took place under the moonlight. However, at this moment, deep within Luca's consciousness, a completely different scene unfolded. In that instant, his consciousness was drawn by a gentle force and drifted into a dreamlike realm woven from moonlight and remembrance. It was a secluded forest, with only tranquil trees, soft grass, and a stream that shimmered silver in the moonlight. Goddess Artemis, dressed in pristine white hunting attire, danced gracefully in the silvery light. Her dance was light and graceful, like a fairy formed from the moonlight itself. Her long, pale blue hair shimmered softly in the moonlight, and her skirt fluttered gently as she twirled, like a blooming white lily. Luca stood quietly under the tree, admiring this breathtaking scene. The dance is over. Goddess Artemis stopped and walked toward him with a smile. The moonlight spread out a silvery white scroll behind her, and her steps were light and graceful, as if she were walking on clouds. Goddess Artemis walked up to Luca, and gently stroked Luca's cheek. Luca. Her sapphire-like eyes were now filled with an intense and unyielding affection, as if she wanted to etch Luca's image forever into the depths of her soul. Next time. Our journey will never be as thin and short as it was this time. She tiptoed and whispered in Luca's ear. Goddess Artemis breathes with the cool light of moonlight, and her voice carries a steadfastness etched into the soul. Every word is a promise that transcends time and space. No matter where you are, I will find you. And then, we will experience 10,000 years, and another 10,000 years of love together. Luca didn't speak, she just watched her quietly. Call. A gentle breeze swept by, scattering the outline of the illusion. Luca opened her eyes and woke up from the illusion. The true light of the moon shone upon him. Luca still stands on the edge of the massive crater. Beside him, Hermes was staring intently at him with the look of someone looking at a monster. Given Hermes's usual character, if he saw someone display such terrifying, unconventional power enough to completely evaporate the Calamity Scorpion, which had absorbed divine power, in a single blow, he would absolutely stop at nothing to investigate the secrets and reasons behind this power, and would use his own methods to uncover every detail. But this time, he didn't. Hermes opened his mouth, then closed it again. He lowered his head, the feathered hat slightly deformed from being squeezed in his hand. He was in the wrong to accept this commission. He pushed this heavy responsibility, which could have crushed anyone, onto Luca. He set up that doomed trap, and he concealed the final truth. He personally pushed a mortal from the lower realm to the brink of god-killing, to a desperate situation that even the gods were unwilling to face. But Luca has created a miracle that even the gods cannot achieve. Not only did he not use the god-slaying spear, but he also perfectly resolved this disaster that was capable of destroying the world with his own power. He rescued goddess Artemis from the magic stone unharmed, without killing her, without cleansing her remembrance, and without turning her into a blank slate to start anew. Hermes took a deep breath. Luca, he promised, regarding the aftermath of goddess Artemis's death, and the placement of this magic stone. Auranas and I will take full responsibility for handling it properly. Please don't worry. We will place her in the safest place, and wait for her true form to fully recover. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Luca nodded. Just then, a gentle voice came from behind them. The goddess Astrea approached, holding the gleaming divine spear, and solemnly returned it to Luca. It's time to return this gun to its rightful owner. A smile played on her lips. I am so grateful to have met you here, and witnessed all the miracles you have created. This power, which seems to see through all darkness and purify it with light, has given me true hope. She paused, then bowed slightly. Well then, it's about time for me to leave as well. Please wait a moment, God Astrea. Luca reached out and took the divine spear, and just as Astrea was about to leave, he called out to her. Elise, Kagaya, and Layla also stopped and looked at Luca with confusion. I have a suggestion. Luca's gaze fell on Elise and the other two. I have a way to completely heal their injuries. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Elise and the other two froze instantly. Having been injured for many years, they have long accepted the fact that they are no longer whole. They have made countless attempts and consulted countless therapists, but the answer they always receive is the same: they cannot recover. But less than 2 seconds later, that sliver of doubt vanished completely. Because the one who uttered those words was the man who had just vaporized Calamity Scorpion with a single sword strike right before their eyes, creating an absolute miracle. If he can save even God, what can't he do? However, the person with healing abilities is in Ora Rio, Luca continued. Healing requires some preparation, and it requires the person with healing abilities to do it personally. Therefore, I need the three of you, as well as the god Astrea, to go to Ora Rio. Only when we get there can the real healing be carried out. Upon hearing this, Astrea was stunned. A single tear suddenly welled up in her gentle eyes. Over the years, how could she, with her sensitive mind, not know how much pain these three children were in? They chatted and laughed on the surface, pretending not to care, but as young girls in the prime of their lives, they had lost their hands and eyes, and had a hole in their abdomen that would never heal. Even Elise, who usually seems carefree and lively, will secretly shed tears under the covers when she looks at the hideous wound on her abdomen late at night. Astrea knows all of these silent cries, and the choked sobs they try to hold back. She had tried everything to find the best healers and search for the most precious elixirs, pushing herself to the limit without breaking the rules. But in the lower realm, she was helpless and had almost given up hope. If we could really restore them to their original state, that would be wonderful. Astrea stepped forward and took Luca's hand. Besides, I really want to go to Ora Rio and see Ryu in person. For so many years, I've wanted to tell her that she has never let me down. That's how it's decided. Hermes stayed behind to handle the aftermath of the ruins. The terrain, which had been completely altered by the battle, needed initial stabilization to prevent secondary disasters, and to settle goddess Artemis's magic stone. Meanwhile, Astrea and his group embarked on their return journey. Due to the limited number of people, Lyra and Kaguya rode the same dragon together, with Lyra standing in front and Kaguya behind her, her arms wrapped around Lyra's waist to hold the reins. Astrea and Elise shared another ride. As for Luca, "I'll go first." As soon as she finished speaking, Luca's figure shot into the sky like a shooting star, leaving a bright trail in the night sky as she sped towards Rio. He didn't fly fast on the return trip, enjoying the scenery along the way. He flew back to Rio, who was cleaning up the mess, in 2 minutes. Seeing that the monster riot was over and there were no other problems, he landed in a quiet alley near the hostess of fertility. "I spent 20 minutes eating, played with Anya for half an hour, and then went back to my bedroom to quickly wash up and change into clean clothes in 2 minutes." He was just about to lie down and rest when the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Alice stood in the doorway, arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe. "You still know how to come back." She walked into the room and slammed the door shut behind her. Then, Luca was pinned to the bed by Alice, who was just getting ready to sleep. Nothing was said that night. 1 day later, Rio has completed the emergency cleaning and repair work. The streets have returned to their former bustling state, with vendors' shouts rising and falling. Adventurers stroll along the streets in 2s and 3s, as if yesterday's monster riot that nearly destroyed the entire city was nothing more than a nightmare. Only the remaining cracks on the walls and the replaced stone slabs silently tell the story of yesterday's tragedy. Luca got up early in the morning, and before she could even catch up with Ace Wallenstein and Tiona, Raoul hurriedly called her away. Raoul ran over, sweating profusely and panting. "Loki wants you to go to her bedroom immediately upon your return. She says she has something very important to discuss with you." Luca was a little confused. Although Loki usually liked to chat with him, she rarely used a commanding tone like, "Go to her bedroom immediately." Has something urgent happened? With doubts in his mind, he arrived at Loki's bedroom door and knocked. "Come in, come in." Loki's boisterous voice came from inside. Luca pushed open the door and went inside. "Our radiant star is back." In the bedroom, Loki was sitting on the bed with her legs crossed. She was playing with a conspicuous green hat in her hand. The hat had a unique shape and a colorful feather stuck in it, so it was obviously not an ordinary item. Seeing Luca come in, she immediately started showing off triumphantly, twirling the hat on her finger. "See this? This is the prize I won this morning from the bet with the little dwarf." Ha ha ha, that little dwarf was so angry her face turned green. You didn't see her expression. Luca smiled helplessly, and was about to report to Loki on the trip, and the events that had occurred at Irsuosi Ruin sudden. Loki stopped moving. She jumped off the bed like a hunting dog and moved closer to Luca. She twitched her nose and sniffed around Luca twice. Loki raised an eyebrow, his expression turning somewhat amused. "Quite a haul, huh? Ready to level up?" She patted Luca on the back, her tone filled with pride, as if to say, "Our kid is really amazing. Take off your shirt and let me see your stats panel. You've been out fighting a battle, you must have gained a lot of experience by now." Luca did as instructed, taking off her top and revealing her muscular upper body. His body lines are smooth and strong. Although there are no exaggerated muscle bulges, each muscle is clearly defined and contains amazing explosive power. Loki skillfully pricked his finger, squeezed out a drop of crimson divine blood, and dripped it onto Luca's back. Loki closed his eyes and began to examine Luca's stats panel. A moment later, she opened her eyes and nodded in satisfaction. The entire back was still a bunch of undecipherable wavy lines and gibberish. Luca's ability value had exceeded the display limit of the blessing system at level 3, but she still couldn't understand it at all. However, just as she was about to withdraw her hand, Loki stopped again. Her gaze fell on the back of Luca's right hand, then on Luca's cheek. Then, her expression went from confusion to shock, and finally to extremely twisted rage. Humph h. Loki suddenly tilted his head back, and let out a piercing scream. She turned around abruptly and slammed her hand on the table, making the teacups on it jump. His red hair stood on end in anger, and his crimson eyes burned with a fury that threatened to kill him. Goddess Artemis. Astrea. You two shameless bitches. Loki, enraged, stomped his feet and roared, his shouts echoing through the corridors of Twilight Manor. Finn, who was having breakfast downstairs, nearly choked on his cereal, and Ace Wallenstein, who was doing his morning exercise in the courtyard, stopped swinging his sword. These are my family. My children. How dare you? Chapter 56 Treatment. A few days later, Orario was hit with another bombshell news. According to the guild, the goddess Artemis Familia, who had been hunting monsters and saving many villages on the outskirts of Orario, encountered the legendary, sealed Calamity Scorpion during an exploration of ancient ruins. Antares, unfortunately, suffered a complete defeat. Led by the goddess of chastity, the female warriors who fought on countless battlefields finally rest in the depths of the ruins swallowed by darkness. After the news spread, a somber atmosphere of mourning permeated the streets and alleys of Orario. Villagers and merchants who had received the blessing from goddess Artemis's family spontaneously held small memorial events. But then, an even more shocking piece of news exploded like a thunderclap, the terrifying being sealed away by the ancient immortals, the legendary Calamity Scorpion, was actually defeated single-handedly by a mysterious person named Orion. For a time, the streets and alleys of Orario were abuzz with discussion, with everyone speculating about who this Orion, who was capable of defeating legendary monsters, really was. Some say it was a top adventurer who had been living in seclusion for many years, others say it was Zeus, a high-ranking member of Hera's Familia who died, still others speculate that it was a god who personally broke the rules and intervened. Then, rumors began to circulate that during the gun-drawing ceremony at the God Moon Festival, the goddess of chastity, goddess Artemis, had publicly thrown herself into the arms of Loki Familia's radiant star and called him Orion. That scene was witnessed by countless people at the time, so it couldn't possibly be fake. Thus, the rumor that Luca is the hero who defeated Antares began to spread far and wide, sweeping through the entire city like wildfire. In the taverns and alleyways, discussions about this purple-haired youth were everywhere. However, Luca, the person involved, did not make any statement, and the guild did not give a clear answer, neither confirming nor denying. Lacking substantial evidence, the rumor remained a hot topic for a few days before fading away. But Luca's days have been anything but peaceful these past few days. I've been swindled. My child has been kidnapped by this fake, virtuous goddess. Every morning, Loki would make a huge fuss in the cafeteria, spouting nonsensical things like "I've been cheated on," and "the goddess of chastity is actually a philanderer," which the other members couldn't understand at all. Her heartbroken expression made it seem as if her beloved cabbage, which she had raised for years, had been eaten by a wild boar that was just passing by. Loki would also slam her hand on the table from time to time, shouting the names of goddess Artemis and Astrea, complaining that they were physically abusing her children. Finally, Alice, who was having breakfast, couldn't stand the noise anymore and simply kicked the goddess out of the window. As Loki's drawn-out scream faded outside the window, the cafeteria hall finally returned to quiet. After being kicked away, Loki calmed down. So recently she has started to act mysteriously, not only going to the guild every day, but also often secretly transporting items wrapped in black cloth to her room, when no one is around. Even Tiona, who loves to join in the fun, was fooled away by Tiona's excuse that it's a secret of God. No one knows what this chief god is planning. Another day has passed. Because Loki had given orders in advance, most of the ordinary members of the clan were given a day off, leaving only a few core officers in the entire base. When Luca led Astrea, Elise, Kagaya, and Lyra into the conference hall, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth had already been waiting for a long time. Lady Astrea. Finn and the other two bowed respectfully to the goddess of justice. During the darkest period of Orario's history, when evils were at their peak, Loki Familia and Astrea Familia were comrades who frequently exchanged intelligence and fought side by side. Those years of fighting against darkness together forged a deep trust and friendship between the two families. As the chief deity of Astrea Familia, the goddess Astrea naturally received their heartfelt respect. Moreover, when Luca told Finn and the others that Elise and the other three girls, whom they thought were dead, were actually standing alive in front of them, they were both shocked and relieved. However, Loki kept a sour face when she saw Astrea, and she ignored Astrea even when Astrea greeted her. Just as everyone was exchanging pleasantries, the door to the conference hall was pushed open, and Alice walked in, yawning. Her long, silvery white hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she looked like she had just woken up, clearly having been woken up from bed. Today, she is the real protagonist. Elise, Kagaya, and Layla were looking at Alice with eyes that were filled with trepidation yet also boundless hope. They had waited for far too long, so long that they had almost forgotten what it felt like to have a complete body. For the past 5 years, they have dreamed of regaining their health, returning to the sunlight, feeling the wind on their skin, and seeing the world with their own eyes again. Alice didn't waste any words. She walked up to the three of them, her gaze sweeping over them. Then she turned to Luca and seriously held up 3 fingers. Upon seeing those 3 fingers, Luca felt a phantom pain in her lower back. But he still nodded solemnly, "Deal." Alice snapped her fingers with satisfaction. She raised her hand, palm facing Elise and the other 2, and began to chant. The chanting, with its ancient and sacred rhythm, echoed through the conference hall. "I will share my life with the masses. The lamp of life has been rekindled." The next second, a pure white light burst forth from Alice's body. The light was warm and gentle, like the first ray of sunshine in spring, carrying a gentle power to soothe all pain, completely enveloping the 3 of them. Under the light, a terrifying miracle occurred. Kagaya's cold metal prosthetic limb detached automatically with a crack sound and fell to the ground. In its place, flesh and bones regenerated and intertwined from the broken end at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within seconds, a pair of perfectly intact, smooth, and fair arms reappeared on her shoulders. The black eye patch on Lyra's face turned to ashes in the light and vanished instantly. Her eyes, which had been out of focus for 5 years, and had not seen the light, regained their bright radiance under the light. His amber eyes flickered, blinking slightly in confusion before quickly focusing, reflecting all the colors in the conference room. Elise's abdomen healed at an incredible speed in the light. In just a few breaths, the through wound disappeared without a trace, leaving not even a scar. All done. I'm hungry, going out to find something to eat. Alice clapped her hands, yawned, turned and walked out of the conference room, leaving the room full of people speechless with shock. The light faded. A brief silence fell over the conference room. Elise lowered her head blankly, gently poked that spot on her skin, and felt the real touch and temperature. She poked it again and again, as if to confirm that this was not a dream. Kagaya trembled as she raised her newly formed hands to her eyes, her 10 fingers deftly bending and stretching. She looked at her hands over and over, her eyes beginning to redden, and her lips trembling. Layla stared wide-eyed, greedily taking in everything in the conference room, the beams of sunlight streaming through the windows, the wood grain on the tabletops, and the excited and gratified expressions on her companions' faces. She hadn't seen these things for 5 whole years. Her eyes, now shining brightly again, reflected a vibrant world she had almost forgotten. Is this real? My hand is back. After confirming that their bodies had fully recovered, these 3 strong girls, who had crawled out of piles of corpses and lay dormant in the darkness for 5 years, could no longer control their emotions. They hugged each other and burst into tears. This is the joy of being reborn, the release of 5 years of pent-up grievances, pain, and despair. Astrea's eyes were slightly red as she walked over to the 3 women and gently embraced them. Her gentle eyes were now brimming with tears of relief. After crying her fill, Elise wiped away her tears, walked up to Luca, and solemnly bowed deeply to him. Thank you, mister. Her voice was still trembling with tears, but filled with genuine gratitude. If it weren't for you, we might never have. Luca smiled and waved, interrupting her. Thanks, it's all thanks to Alice, no need to thank me. If you want to thank me, just treat her to a few more good meals in the future. Lyra, who had regained her sight, immediately ran to Finn. She stood before the dwarf warrior, tilted her head back, and stared intently at the familiar yet unfamiliar face. Finally, I can see Lord Hero in person again. Astria and Luca tacitly left the meeting room, leaving the space to their long-lost comrades. As they walked into the corridor, Astria spoke softly. Luca. Actually, I have another important matter to discuss with Rio this time. Luca nodded. You want to see Ryu, right? You must have wanted to see her for so many years. Astria nodded slightly. She put on a hooded cloak to cover her overly conspicuous divine appearance. Then Luca led her out of Twilight Manor, and toward the Hostess of Fertility on West Street. It was a quiet time before the tavern opened for business, and the staff were making final preparations. As soon as the two pushed open the tavern door, Anya, the waitress, greeted them excitedly, shaking tail. Luca meow. You're paying for Alice again, meow. Anya's tail swayed happily behind her, a bright smile on her face. But as soon as she finished greeting him, she noticed the mysterious figure wearing a hooded cloak following behind Luca. Although the other person covered their face, making it impossible to see their specific appearance, their noble and refined temperament, which gave people a feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze, could not be concealed. Anya, Luca interrupted her curiosity with a smile, is Ryu here? Lu meow. She's helping prepare ingredients in the kitchen. A batch of fresh vegetables just arrived this morning, and she's helping with them, Anya replied, tilting her head. Could you please call her to your room? Luca asked seriously. Just tell her that I have something very important to discuss with her. Seeing Luca's serious expression, Anya also put away her usual playfulness and mischief, and obediently nodded. I understand, meow, I'll go call her now. A few minutes later, inside Anya's employee dormitory. Lu pushed open the door and walked in, looking somewhat puzzled. Although Luca frequented the tavern, he had never approached her in such a formal manner. However, when she stepped into the room, and saw the figure standing by the window, Ryu's breathing stopped for a moment. The figure had already removed its hood, revealing a face she knew all too well. A noble temperament, a gentle smile, eyes that seemed to embrace everything. That gentle face, that had filled her with guilt and self-reproach in countless nightmares, now stood right in front of her, bathed in sunlight. Lord Astria. Ryu's voice trembled, and her body began to shake slightly. After a brief moment of disbelief, a wave of immense guilt washed over me. She felt that her hands, stained with blood and sin, were not worthy of facing the goddess who represented justice. How many people has she killed, and how many shady things has she done over the years? How can she have the face to stand in front of Astria? Lu instinctively turned around, wanting to push open the door and escape. Astria's gentle voice echoed in the room. The goddess had already walked up behind her and tightly embraced the elven girl, who had been walking alone in the darkness for 5 years. Ryu's body suddenly stiffened. It's been a long time, Ryu. Astria rested her chin on Ryu's shoulder, her voice soft and warm. Have missed you so much. Feeling the warmth and heartbeat behind me, and hearing the all-encompassing I miss you. The hard shell that Ryu had built up over the past 5 years with coldness and killing shattered completely at this moment. Wah wah. This usually calm and aloof elf girl, like a child who had suffered a great injustice, clung tightly to Astria, buried her face in her shoulder, and let out a heart-wrenching cry. She cried so hard her whole body trembled, and she could barely breathe. She wanted to pour out all the pain, self-blame, and loneliness of the past 5 years through her tears. Astria didn't speak, but gently patted her back, like a mother comforting a wounded child, patting her again and again. Hearing the noise outside, Anya curiously peeked out, wanting to see what was happening inside. Luca reached out and covered Anya's eyes, gently pulling the curious little cat girl towards the stairwell. Let them handle things here, Luca said softly. Chapter 57 Acting Leader inside the spacious meeting room of Twilight Manor. All members of Loki Familia gathered together. Several executives leaned back in their chairs, while core members like Lafia stood. All eyes were focused on the head of the table. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet. Loki, sitting to the side, cleared her throat, a roll of paper in her hand, and tapped the table lightly. I've called everyone here today to announce something important. We plan to send a team out of the city to the harbor town of Melon for an investigation. These words immediately sparked a murmur in the conference room. Isn't that a small port? What are you investigating in a place like that? Go to Melon to investigate. Tiona was the first to raise her hand, asking with a puzzled look, if you want to investigate the evils or the dungeon riots, why not start the investigation in the city of Orario? What's the point of going to the port town? Good question. Finn, who was sitting next to Loki, picked up the conversation. He crossed his arms and rested them on the table, explaining, in the world outside of Orario, not only do land monsters inhabit, but terrifying aquatic monsters also dwell in the deep ocean and waters. And the people responsible for dealing with these water monsters in the sea are the famous Poseidon Familia. Finn paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and continued, but have you all considered this question? Those enormous aquatic monsters that cannot live without water could not possibly have escaped through the dried-up hole beneath Babel. Babel is the only known entrance to dungeon, where there is no water and no passage connecting to the sea. If that's the case, how did they get into the outside world? The meeting room fell silent for a moment. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Could it be? Tioni's pupils contracted slightly, that besides Babel, there exists another route connecting dungeon to the outside waters. That's right. Finn nodded. The hidden exit is at the bottom of the lake in the harbor town of Melon. According to the records kept by the guild, 15 years ago, Zeus Familia and the Hera Familia, at the height of their power, sealed the exit of the cave at the bottom of the lake with the help of the Poseidon Familia. Upon hearing this hidden history, the members all showed expressions of shock. Luca leaned back in her chair, her gaze slightly lowered, and after a moment she looked up. Finn, do you suspect there's something wrong with the seal? Finn's expression turned serious, and his voice lowered. Everyone knows about the Irsuosi ruins. Even the seal set up by the ancient sage to seal Antares has encountered problems. Therefore, the underwater seal of Melon was also secretly damaged, and there is a high possibility that it has become loose. We must confirm this, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable if the seal completely collapses. Finn's speculation is reasonable, and of great importance. After a brief vote, Gareth nodded, Riveria paused for a moment and then also agreed, and the group unanimously approved the expedition. Since it's decided, let's not delay. Riveria stood up. Let me handle the guild's applications for first and second level adventurers to go out. I will try my best to speed up the approval process, and hopefully get the permit tomorrow. Hee, no need for all that trouble. Just then, Loki suddenly laughed. She pulled a piece of parchment from her bosom, stamped with the guild seal. The edges of the paper still bore fresh ink marks, indicating that it had been recently completed. With a smack, she slammed it onto the table. We already had that old man Aurena's expedite the approval of your travel permits. You can set off any time. Upon seeing the pre-prepared pass, Luca, Riveria, Gareth, and Finn exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with suspicion. Loki is usually a lazy person who would rather lie down than sit, and he will never do anything if he can avoid doing it. He often delegates even his guild quests to others. They only saw this proactive attitude, even going so far as to complete all the formalities in advance, when she was eager to drink the finest wine, and when she went out to argue with Hestia. Loki definitely has a problem. Luca calmly picked up the pass and quickly scanned the list on it. After reading the names above, Luca's lips twitched slightly. What's wrong, Luca? Riveria noticed his unusual behavior and frowned slightly. Riveria, see for yourself. Luca didn't say anything more and handed her the parchment directly. Riveria took the parchment and quickly scanned the list. Immediately, her dignified face darkened, like the sky before a storm. The long list of approved travelers was densely filled with names: Riveria, Ace Wallenstein, Tiona, Tioni, Lafia, Angie, Alicia, followed by a long string of names, all of them female members of Loki Familia. There isn't even a male name. Even the list of support staff responsible for logistics and transportation consists entirely of female members. Riveria gritted her teeth and raised her staff. With a crisp thud, a large bump instantly swelled up on Loki's head, and he was knocked to the ground with an exaggerated scream. "You stupid god whose mind is only on girls." Riveria was so angry that she forgot all about her elven elegance, her voice echoing in the conference hall. "Do you think this is some kind of girls' party in Melon?" Seeing this farcical scene, Finn sighed helplessly. He rubbed his temples, his face clearly showing an expression of "I knew this would happen." However, if we were to reapply through the normal procedure to allow so many level 1 and level 2 adventurers to travel at once, it would take at least several days. The approval process alone requires multiple layers of review, and coordination with the guild's travel restrictions is also necessary. There's no other way, we'll have to use this list. Finn rubbed his temples, somewhat helplessly agreeing to Loki's capricious decision. Although the list may seem absurd, these female members are indeed capable enough to handle this investigation. "Wait, Finn." Riveria frowned. "We can't let this stupid god do whatever he wants. This operation is of utmost importance, not a beach vacation." Finn nodded, turning his gaze to Luca sitting beside him. "Therefore, Luca's name must be added to this list. His official level is LV 3, which is not within the scope of control for level 1 adventurers. 3 travel, all you need to do is register with the guild. There's no need for complicated approval procedures. This way, you can ensure that the team has reliable combat power without wasting time by having to reapply." Upon hearing that Luca would be added, Loki, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, instantly came back to life. She started rolling around on the ground, throwing a tantrum, her voice filled with grief and indignation. "No, no, no. We've been secretly preparing for this women's battle on Melon Beach for a long time. We don't want those stinky men coming in and ruining the scenery." Finn coldly ignored his own god rolling on the ground, remaining as unmoved as a rock. He clapped his hands and said in an unquestionable tone, "All right, today's meeting is adjourned. Everyone, go back and pack your bags. We're leaving early tomorrow morning. Luca, come to my office later." After the meeting adjourned, everyone dispersed. Luca walked through the corridor of Twilight Manor, and arrived at the door of the leader's office. He knocked on the door, and after hearing, "Come in" from inside, he pushed the door open and went in. In the office, Finn had already brewed a pot of hot tea. He gestured for Luca to sit down opposite him, with a large oak desk between them, on which were piled some documents and maps. "Is there anything else, Finn?" Luca picked up her teacup, gently blew on it to cool it, and took a sip. The tea is warm and smooth with a sweet aftertaste, making it an excellent variety. Finn remained silent. He put down his teacup and solemnly took out a contract from the drawer. The contract was made of thick paper with gold foil embossed along the edges. It was covered with densely written text, and had Loki Familia's seal stamped on the bottom. He presented the contract to Luca. "What is this?" Luca glanced at the contents of the contract, her hand paused slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "This is not an ordinary letter of authorization or mission order, but an appointment letter for acting commander. It clearly states that Luca Hine serves as the acting leader of Loki Familia, possessing the highest decision-making authority to allocate all resources and personnel. You will be in full charge and command of this investigation mission to Melon." Finn looked into Luca's eyes, his tone serious. "If Riveria, Gareth, and I are not with the Familia after this, you will be the acting captain of the Loki Familia. You will have the ultimate decision-making power to allocate all resources and personnel, including but not limited to the allocation of combat forces, the disbursement of supplies, and the formulation of expedition plans. Luca paused for a moment. He was well aware of the weight of this power. Loki Familia is fundamentally different from other Familias. When Finn joined Loki Familia, he promised Loki that he would lead the Familia to greatness, but he also signed a harsh contract with Loki. The most crucial aspect is that Finn must possess the highest decision-making power within the clan. This is a unique contract among Orario's countless Familias. When Finn gets serious, even the supreme god Loki must unconditionally obey his commands. And now, Finn has unhesitatingly handed over this power, enough to command the strongest faction in the entire Orario, to him, a newcomer who has only been there for a month. This trust is alarmingly heavy. Luca did not decline, did not make polite remarks, and did not say anything like, "I am not qualified enough to take on this important task." He simply accepted the contract and put it away. Seeing Luca accept the contract, Finn breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his tightly pursed lips. He stood up and reached out to pat Luca on the shoulder. "The decision to appoint you as acting leader was agreed upon by both Gareth and Riveria," Finn said. "They, like me, believe you are the most suitable candidate. It's not because you're very strong, but because you have a heart that truly cares about everyone." He turned around, walked to the window, and looked out at the view of Orario. The setting sun bathed the entire city in a warm orange-red hue, and the streetlights began to illuminate the city one by one, like twinkling stars blooming in the twilight. Over the years, the Loki Familia has flourished. We have achieved countless glorious victories, conquered floor after floor, and become one of the strongest Familias in Orario. Finn's tone was full of emotion. However, as the core members and pillars of the Familia, the three of us old guys have always been limited by the responsibilities of the Familia. He paused, his voice growing deeper. "We cannot take risks, we cannot get hurt, we cannot make any mistakes. Because if we fall, the entire clan will lose its leader. It's been a long time since we've had a life-or-death adventure in order to break through our limits or level up. Our strength has not improved for far too long." Finn turned his head, his azure eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. "But you've come." Finn's voice was somewhat excited. "Although we've only spent a short month together, everyone has complete faith in your character, strength, and ability. Ace Wallenstein is improving, Lafia is improving, Tiona and Tioni are improving, Bert is improving, everyone is becoming stronger because of you. So, with you backing us up," Finn laughed, "let us old folks indulge ourselves this once. We don't want to be left far behind by you dazzling new generation in the near future." Looking into Finn's enlightened eyes, Luca felt a surge of respect. He is Finn, the hero, a man who vows to revive the Lilliputians. Luca stood up and nodded solemnly. "I promise you," Luca said earnestly, "no matter what happens, I will protect you all and this clan." Outside the window, the afterglow of the setting sun cast a long shadow of Luca, which intertwined with Finn's shadow on the floor. Finn looked at the purple-haired boy in front of him, who seemed capable of supporting the entire sky, and smiled with relief. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.